She bent my arm. The diet is very high carb. They made us eat spaghetti and potatoes. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back. What a day that was, huh? What a gift. What a gracious gift from the justice gods. We got today Donna Adelson, up close and personal, talking on the stand twice. Get a real good snapshot into her line of defense, don't we? Yeah, the shape of things to come, I tell you, it's heating up. Donna's going in tough. What's her name? Is it Jennifer Fulford? Jennifer Fulford has impressed me. Gotta say it. And I like that. I don't want to see just some shitbag lawyer come in for Georgia to steamroll over and then to be buried by Sarah Dugan. I don't want to see that. We've already seen that. We saw that with Tara Kawas. We saw it with Mr. Hand Grenade. We saw it with Dan Rashbaum. In a big way. In a big fucking way, right? Not so much with Christopher DeCoste. He's got some skills. But the rest of them, nothing there. But Jennifer Fulford is coming in tough. Coming in prepped, right? I'm liking her style. Not that I support her efforts, but it's going to be good. You know, there is no room for complacency anywhere here at all. Not with us, not with the prosecution, not with the judge. We forget. We laugh about Donna all the time, right? That it's so obvious and she's not that good. You know, she got caught on the bump. She hot-mic'd herself, planning to go to Vietnam. But we forget that this woman is a fucking operator, right? She's been running the same scam for 70 years. And I don't know. I'm going to go through it all again. I was listening to the hearing when I was driving, so I was, mostly concentrating. But at the moment, I'm about 50-50. First issue is that hot mic going to be suppressed? Where she's saying, well, we could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. You know, are they going to get that suppressed? Probably not, right? Probably not. Would it really make a difference? Probably not. I don't think it's that important in the greater scheme of things. There's much more evidence, It helps, obviously. It shows consciousness of guilt and all the rest of it like that. But it's not an essential component to the prosecution. So, do we really care? Second issue is Donna going to get out on bond? Seriously, I'm about 50-50 on that. Well, maybe 60-40 against the possibility. And, of course, the third issue is a jury going to buy this sympathy-stricken line of defense that seems to be Donna's very final, last card to play, right? Maybe. All it takes is one jury member to have some mother this age, or maybe there's a jury member who's just had to put their mother into a home and they have felt like they're putting their mother in a prison. And, of course, Judge Everett will read out the jury instructions. You will not be swayed by sympathy and all of those things. But we know that the system allows for that sympathy to exist. The judge can't point to a jury member and say, no, you're making that decision based on sympathy, which I told you not to do. It's only up to the individual juror. They have the most power in the room, more than the judge. She's not going to get 12 unanimous not guilty verdicts. That would be a fucking miracle. But a mistrial, a hung jury, could be on the cards. Anyway, so I thought we'd just work our way through. We also saw Harvey Adelson in the courtroom, in the Lion's Den, doing his Illuminati gang signing, which I thought was interesting. Pyramid hands. I'm putting my fingers together in a triangle and holding them next to my crotch. Okay, shall we? Hey, welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome. Mary, Neverly, Deb H. I saw you, Deb H, in Roberta's stream, which is where I was watching it this afternoon. Amanda, so good to see you. And Amy, Leah. Welcome, guys. Albert, so good to see you, man. Okay, so we'll hide this one, and we'll watch this one.
That's hysterical.
So that's the first. That's the first time she's seen Harvey in 15 and a half months.
I already tried that.
Okay.
Oh man, we've got this cop's arm in the way. I just love how she's perfected the "I'm old and confused" expression with these Austin Powers eyeglasses.
What's that? No, it's fine.
The media lady that was a script for all this, that's why I said I'm very boss. I told her I didn't know, and I wasn't sure, and what was going to happen, and she approved it.
Just the rows are fine for now.
Yep.
Man, she's got some big ears, right? I mean, they keep on growing. The older you get, the longer the ears. But, you know, her ear canals don't grow with age, apparently. They're very small.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Absolutely so interesting. I mean, we'll get to it when they bring in the witnesses to testify. But, you know, this whole thing about suppressing the hot mic call, it's kind of ridiculous, don't you think? I mean, we've caught you. We've caught you referencing your plan to escape. And you're arguing that because the call ended, that the fact that we caught you, we should just forget because it wasn't fair. No, I don't think that's going to pass, actually. I can't see that passing. Like, I think it's coming in as evidence. Man, you know, she keeps looking over at Harvey, right? And, you know, just imagine, you know, they've been together for their whole life, pretty much. All the times, you know, days out on the water with Golden Charlie. Picking up the lobsters for a big family meal, you know. And trying to live in Miami. That was a big one. They tried to live in Miami. And now this. Now this. A lot of emotions.
Sorry, Judge, I got the email about 9:15, so...
You're not rude.
Okay.
Angel baby, hello.
Sometimes your doctor will move things along, and sometimes they will not.
Okay, thank you.
I've never thought about this, but, you know, Judge Everett must have to go to the doctor like everybody else, right? What does he say? Well, the thing is, Doc, I've had this rash. It started on my upper thigh, and it's spreading. It's spreading to my groin. Can you take a look? Look at Sarah Dugan. I just love how bony she is with that jacket. Isn't that George's jacket? I didn't think too much of Mr. Zellman here, Donna's co-counsel, the gentleman sitting down. Yeah, no, Jennifer, is it Jennifer Fulford? Yeah, she impressed me. I'm very much looking forward to the trial. It's going to be a dogfight, just like all the rest of them. But, you know, she's coming in strong. Who doesn't bother you, Amanda?
Then I discovered this is the trial transcript for Charlie's trial. The probable cause affidavit, the travel analysis from the court rehabilitation for the 2018, from when she's on her way to just north of Charlie's home. The line the jail file transcript, the Vietnam December WhatsApp conversation, and this WhatsApp excerpt.
Those are some pretty handsome love handles, Mr. Zellman. His tailor had to make a special alteration to fit them in.
Charlie and Donna. Maybe the person is a cocaine dealer, and Danny was buying cocaine. And no mention of extortion. Those two pages.
Sarah is a 6, Georgia is a 12. Are you talking about looks or legal prowess? Because I actually don't, on just the physical, I don't really find either of them attractive. It's the legal prowess that makes me salivate. And they're both good. I mean, check out Sarah's cross of Katie Magbanowa in KD2. That was hardcore. Really.
The attorneys can briefly.
Yeah, Sue, it's Harvey. We know where he's sitting, and there's a photograph of him in court. Yeah, that's him. She's looking at him.
Approach before we get started.
Oh. So 6 and 12 as in clothing size. Right. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Although a 6 seems very small. You sure she's not an 8?
It's 279 Southern 3rd, 262. This is a case from the first DCA. And it basically deals with...
Yeah, I love how all the women in chat instantly got the 6 and 12 thing, and I didn't. I don't have that when I buy clothes. Yeah, look, even our good friend Sue is trying not to feel sorry for her. Hold on to something, Sue. Don't be swayed. This is the play. This is the big play. That's what she's trying to do. This is a dress rehearsal, okay? She's testifying. She's with the only thing is there's not a jury in the room. But you can bet that the lawyers will review how she testified on this occasion in this hearing and say, yeah, we like what you did with the spaghetti and mashed potatoes thing, but we didn't really buy into the traumatic rape in the shower, attacked by Big Sandy, who demanded your commissary. So they're going to tweak. They're going to tweak based on her performance. Here, remember what Donna said to Wendy? You need to put on the performance of your life. You can be a good actress when you want to be. I've seen you in action. That's what Donna's doing here. And don't forget, guys, she, as dumb as she may seem, she is a fucking operator. And you have to, if you've got an adversary like Donna Adelson, it is within your best interests to treat her skill, her duplicitous skill, with respect. You have to acknowledge it. You know, there's no room for this is not a sure thing. You know, I think so many of us are just feeling like, or have been feeling like, that we're just simply going through the motions here, and it's inevitable that the jury will return a verdict of guilty and she'll get a life sentence, and that's it. Don't be fooled. Don't be so sure. I'm not so sure anymore. After this hearing and seeing the angle that the defense is clearly going to be bringing into trial, I am not so sure. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm booking a fucking ticket, like, as soon as possible. I'm just absolutely gotta be here in person. I cannot wait to see this in this fucking room.
It does establish the defense as it relates to the subjective and reasonable expectation of privacy.
Even Christina feels sorry for her, but would convict her in a heartbeat. The entire situation is tragic. I don't feel any sympathy for Donna Adelson, not one bit. She's a scoundrel, and she's arrogant, and so pathologically into this thing that any iota of compromise would be an unthinkable demonstration of weakness. You know, if you go around your life like that, you end up doing a life sentence. You know, you gotta compromise. You know, it's not important to get your own way 100% of the time. And she had all the time and the resources in the world to learn that, and she didn't, and fuck her. You know, I don't have one bit of sympathy, and I don't buy any of this. This is 100% an act, and she is taking the opportunity to sharpen her acting skills in the environment. This is a dry run. This is a dry run. You know, I have sympathy for many, you know, horrible people that did horrible things. I don't have any of that with her. I have sympathy for Catherine McBenower. You know, I think she's the only one involved in this whole thing where it's like, man, you just, you know, made a mistake. You made a really bad mistake. You got greedy and selfish and all of those things. And that can happen, you know. I don't have any of that for Donna, not one bit.
I don't know what you were planning to do in that regard, but since that is the first DCA, there is no negative treatment. It is the controlling law. If you need a few moments to review it, you can do that at the very start.
Okay, we better try some skipping.
I'm sure it would not. Right.
Got quite a lot to get through, so
It shifts more or less that. It's just I don't think
Okay, here's the witness.
We're doing the suppression here. Do you want the bond witnesses?
And also how the burden of proof is to operate in a motion to suppress alleged wiretap statements. Is there any argument from either party concerning those?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Very well. Mr. Zellman, as the defendant has the initial burden under that appellate holding, you may proceed.
Your Honor, defense's first witness is going to be Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office. I'm told he's on his way down.
Back.
Investigator Newland, you can come back to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin.
And how are you employed?
Jason Newland looks like he'd be good in a bar fight.
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
So you're sworn law enforcement?
Yes, 21-something years.
Okay. And as part of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, have you been trained in reviewing calls made from the Leon County Detention Center?
Yes.
Okay. And is that through Securus?
It is now, yes.
How does that system record inmate calls?
How does it record? That's usually proprietary stuff, but I know the inmate they register an account, they set up a password, and then to complete a phone call, they have to go through a process of using their PIN, calling the number. Each party is advised the phone call will be recorded subject to monitoring, and then the called party has to accept a phone call before it's completed.
Before the call can be connected between the two parties?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So Neverly Darling has zero sympathy for Katie Magbawa. She got greedy and didn't give a shit that a man was going to be murdered. Yeah. That is a fact. That's a horrible fact. I mean, I have wondered how Charlie framed the situation. You know, Katie obviously doesn't know Dan and, met Wendy 2 or 3 times, not much. I mean, what if Charlie was saying to Katie some, unimaginable, horrible things about Dan being physically abusive or stuff like that. I mean, maybe that didn't happen. I'm not saying it did. And maybe it didn't matter to Katie if he didn't say that. If he just said, listen, I'll give you $100,000 if you can sort this out. Yeah, it's really bad. But I have seen contrition from Catherine Magbanawar. I haven't seen that from others. A little bit from Lewis, maybe, everyone's okay with Lewis. He did Lewis have any less of a role in this than Katie? It's I certainly don't put Katie in the same category as Donna, Wendy, Charlie, Harvey. she's more forgivable. She might not be forgivable, but she's certainly less unforgivable than the Adelsons. Can we agree on that?
And you indicated that they're given, the inmates are given, it's a PIN number?
The inmates pick their own PIN number.
Okay. And the inmate has to enter that PIN
Correct.
before they die?
At some point during the process, yeah.
And is that intended to ensure that the calls are tracked by the inmate making the call?
That's the intent.
Do you know whether or not an inmate's PIN can be used more than once simultaneously for calls? So if an inmate is using their PIN to make a call, that call goes through, can someone else use that PIN?
I do not know the answer.
And the secure system.
Yeah, no, interesting. Lewis was born into the lifestyle. Neville says, I do have sympathy for Lewis. That guy didn't stand a chance in life. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, he had a job. I think most of his income came from a legitimate job. You know, I know that his uncles and, you know, what do I think about this? Yeah, I don't think he was purely I don't think he was a gangster purely out of necessity. It's a way of life, you know. It's a way of life that he chose. Yes, born into it. Yes, influenced by older relatives. But, you know, I mean, how much does it cost to get your entire chest tattooed? I mean, it's got to be a couple of $1,000 more, maybe $3,000. You know, that's not out of necessity. That's you wanting to be a gangster. I mean, you know. I think Lewis gets a lot of leeway because, you know, he said stuff like, I'm not going to kill a guy in front of some kids, you know, and those kinds of things. And I believe him. I believe him. You know, that's usually a code in organized crime situations. No women, no children, and usually no civilians. I mean, if it's just gang members beating up or killing other gang members, that's just the nature of the business. But you know, I think that Lewis could have pulled Sigfredo out of it. You know, Sigfredo was doing it for Katie, Katie was doing it for Charlie, and money, everyone's getting money. You know, I mean, I think he could have, if he'd have really tried, he could have said to Sigfredo, listen, when something about this is not right. We'll go rob the lady. That's it. You know, I mean, he's complicit. Absent Lewis's actions, Dan might still be alive. But again, of course, I don't put, there's just categories of criminals involved in this. And the worst of the worst are the Adelsons. And Lewis isn't so bad. Katie's not so bad. Sigfredo, well, you know, we never really got to hear much from him. But, you know, he was just doing so much coke that, you know, like, yeah, just some fucking musclehead, coked out musclehead.
Its digital system is pretty, the quality is very clear, correct?
Sometimes it's rough.
That depends on the inmate and the called party.
And the device used, you have the tablets and you also have the phone booths themselves.
Now, this system, it's designed to intentionally record these calls, correct?
Yes.
And it records those calls from call acceptance to termination.
Correct.
When does the call terminate?
Usually when both parties hang up.
Now, are you familiar with the Securus Call Platform, SCP?
I'm familiar with how we access it. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Securus, though, no.
Right, but you've been trained on accessing that in order to
Yes.
collect the calls.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with a feature that Securus offers that they call covert alerts?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you create any covert alerts concerning Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, or any other individual?
You don't sound too sure, man. I'm familiar with it. That was like when Dan Rashbaum was asking Charlie like how he felt about Dan Markel, and he was like, little on the nerdy, nice guy.
Charlie Adelson call.
I've never created one for any case.
Now, subsequent to Charlie Adelson's conviction, did you create a report that's 24 pages in length based on the calls that Mr. Adelson was making from the jail?
I did what's I would refer to as an extraction of the Securus information for a specific time period, and it produced a report.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to approach and show you what's been marked as, for identification as defense 1. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
I do. Yes, sir.
And that's not the full 24-page report. That's
Yeah, right. Patricia Burns. Welcome, Patricia Burns, my partner in arson. Let's not forget, Patricia says, let's not forget that Donna brought all this on herself. She is the master of her own downfall, and she deserves nobody's sympathy, least of all the court's. She deserves to be miserable and frightened. Yeah, and to have spaghetti and potatoes. I bet Dan Markel would love a plate of spaghetti and potatoes right now. You know. Can't have it. Why? Because he's dead. Why? Because of Donna's actions.
excerpt of that, correct?
Correct.
Aside from it being reduced in size to reflect what is relevant for the proceedings today, is that an accurate reflection of the report that you generated?
I believe it is, yes. If this is going to be the same one we've had prior communication about.
Yeah, this is, yeah, I emailed you 2 different excerpts, one last week and one, I believe, 2 days ago.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move that into evidence as defense 1.
Is there an objection to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted at this time.
If you can give that to the judge, and I'll give you a copy.
Yeah, Albert says Sigfredo was too far down the addiction rabbit hole. Yeah, and, you know, I mean, we haven't heard him speak in court. We have heard him on wiretaps. We've heard him on recorded law enforcement interview. And, you know, he just doesn't come across that well. You know, it's like, on the wiretaps, he sounds absolutely wasted most of the time. He did pretty well in the law enforcement interview. Although I'm not sure why he even spoke to them. Anyway.
Thank you.
Now, there's a phone call that colloquially has been referred to as the open line call, correct?
There is, yes.
And that's a call that was made July 7th.
Colloquially, is that colloquial? I mean, I don't think so.
2023 at 14:57:01. I believe it's call 562 on that report. You familiar with that call?
Yes, I am.
You have an opportunity to listen to that call.
Oh, hello, Kim. Good to see you, Kim.
Recently, I glazed over it a couple days ago, but not the entirety of the call. I just wanted to make sure I had the same call again.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry, Your Honor, let me correct myself. It's not July, but November 7th, 2023.
Yeah, Patricia just said something about, I was wondering if Wendy was sitting at home watching her mom on the stand pathetically listing her trivial ailments and lack of healthcare. I wonder what flashed through Wendy's mind. No, you know, Wendy doesn't give a fuck about any of this. Like, I think she's enjoying. This is phase 2. This is. You know, Dan's dead. I took all the money, and now I get to watch my controlling mother. Now, Wendy blames Donna for this whole mess in the first place. Wendy felt owed by Donna for her to get this dealt with, so that Donna's original disturbances to Wendy's life would be nullified. And as far as Wendy is concerned, Donna's getting everything that she deserves. You know, you think Wendy wasn't aware? And certainly since the fucking FBI calls have been released between Donna and Charlie, plotting and scheming and talking to each other about how they're going to dictate and direct Wendy's life, her relationships, her jobs, her fucking residence, her houses where she lives, the whole fucking thing. Imagine if you found that out. Imagine if you found that out about your mother. Saying yes, no, where she should be with Dave, and then she should live in, you know, it's just, Yeah, so if anyone thinks that Wendy is looking at her mother testifying on the stand and thinking, oh, we shouldn't have done this, I can't believe that my own mother is suffering like this, that is not happening. I can guarantee you that. There's no question. There's no question in my mind. Wendy loves this.
The second file on this flash drive, labeled jail call enhancement for assessment, you recognize that to be the jail call at issue?
If this,
Oh, thank you so much, Cat H, for the super chat. Who says, Cat H says, I missed this earlier today. Thank you, True Crime Metrix, for covering it. Yeah. No, it's really good. We haven't even got going yet. Just great shape of things to come for the trial.
I believe we sent this to Keith McElveen to see if he could enhance the open portion, yes.
And then the second call,
Keith McLebean or whatever it is. That's the audio expert that was working on the Dolce Vita recordings, trying to isolate the vocal range of the, needing an extra 3 months in Miami. Yes, we're working on the acoustics, and there's one portion of the recording where a waiter he drops some plates. So what we're going to have to do is go back to Dolce Vita and drop some plates, and then we're going to isolate the plate dropping noise, and hopefully we'll get a better recording. So going to need an extra 3 months in Miami at a nice hotel on Tallahassee Dime.
one I identified for you on Monday. Call number 547 at 6:38 a.m. on November 8th of 2023.
Hello, Leslie. Yeah, I've been itching to cover this all day. It's just fantastic. Wait until we get into Donna. It's it's mind blowing.
Yes,
You had a chance to review that call as well.
that one I did review.
I'd like to start with the open line call, which is call 562. Would you agree, thank you, would you agree that that call, according to this report, Exhibit 1, is 26.12 minutes in length?
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence call number 562 as defense 2.
Christina's got an interesting point. Christina says, I don't think Wendy feels much about watching Donna today, but I don't think she is enjoying her life at all. She never expected to be a social pariah or for Dan to kick her ass every day of her life. Well, I don't know if I agree. Wendy is not like you and me, Christina. She's a sick fucking psycho, right? I think she gets a real kick out of lying, it's so if anyone in her life says, oh my God, so did you do it? Or, I had no idea. I don't know anything. My lawyer told me not to watch anything. I think she might not have envisaged this hanging over her head for as long as it has. But yeah, I don't even know if a person like Wendy is capable of any regret, even for her own situation. You know, it's like, I'm not sure. She's certainly got the fucking money, you know.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'd like to just play the first approximately 8 minutes of that call. May I publish?
You may.
You know, you can see on the stand Wendy's testimonies. 3 trials worth of testimonies so far, and one right around the corner. You can see her on the stand when she's lying to George's face. Are you seeing someone that's uncomfortable? You know, those extreme sports guys that jump off the mountain with that squirrel costume and they fly down the hill and then parachute. You know, what is it that they're doing? They're getting a rush out of coming close to death, right? I mean, that's got to be the deal, right? And Wendy, and people like Wendy, I think they enjoy getting really close to being caught, but believing so much in their ability, in their own shrewdness and, you know, whatever, to go, yeah, you know it was me, but you can't catch me because I'm so good, you know? So I think Wendy's getting a lot of narcissistic fuel out of how this is dragged on. Yeah, it might be a drag. She doesn't give a fuck about her mother, her brother. That's sold in my mind. Is she worried about herself? I think she wants to go to trial. I think she's taking it that far. I think she's... Maybe she'd prefer not to go to trial. But if I can guarantee you that she is prepared for that eventuality should it happen. And if it does happen, she'll welcome it with open arms. You know, she would love that challenge. She would love to come in and get off. You know, that's the deal. That's the nature of this Wendy beast.
Okay, collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using Security. You may start the conversation now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No,
Investigator Newland, that recording that was just, the recorded voice that was just heard, is that the recording that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
The notification to both parties
Yes.
that you're being recorded? Yes.
Okay.
I heard what you said, and the chief, and then it just went.
He was supposed to fly. He's the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back for a copy. He was going to call him back. But Chief's back, and the chief of the whole jail. Come on and check me out. So
He has not been there yet.
he has but the psychologist, PhD, whatever. She came by, and I said, get quiet and move. Like, sure, like, if it's looking outside the window, you know, get your house into the hot, and it's like, you're sitting at like a what? One, yeah, it's a big down, I had the door, but I could look out the window into the pot. Here, it's like a lot.
Taking care of some things through Steinberg has been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So
tons of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, working on that, and let's see, you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, George?
When I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Well, that's referencing going to Vietnam, right? I mean, you can just tell when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. These people, the way they speak in code, and I mean, not that that's really a code. It's more like suggestion, right? It's like hinting. When I have something, if you just wrote that on a piece of paper, when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan, and he'll let you know, or whatever. That alone, just the words, could mean that she might not already have something to tell him. It could mean that maybe at some future point I will have something to tell you. But with her intonation, we know that there is something that she needs to tell him, and it will be going through Dan. You want to hear it again?
You'll be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start.
Yeah, you're going to get out of that stupid room. The jury was stupid. The rooms are stupid. I mean, is it worse to be in solitary confinement if you're in Tallahassee? I mean, I imagine that would be exactly the same as being in solitary confinement in Miami. But for these people, it would be worse, wouldn't it? Just knowing where you are, Leon County.
I feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Okay. So there's an inflection on the do and the tell. Right? When I have something that I do need to tell you, that's exaggerated. But when you're as enmeshed, intertwined as these fuckers with their schemes, that's all it takes. Those subtle, subtle things. One more time.
Yeah, I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? Can
we get opinions in the chat? That is a direct reference to traveling to Vietnam, I believe. What do people think?
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, George? Shit. You can't hear me again, right?
Investigator Newland, at that point, according to recording, Mrs. Adelson realizes that Charlie Adelson is no longer on the call. Correct?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Now, referring back to Defense 1, that was call 562. At 15:07 or 3:07 and 7 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother back in call number 561?
He does.
And then at 15:08, 3:08 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mom again in call number 560?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 25 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fourth time in call number 559?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fifth time in call number 558?
He does.
And then again, at 15:22 or 3:22 and 33 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt for a sixth time to call his mother back in call number 557?
He does.
Were calls number 557, 558, 559?
Do you think this guy wears this suit every day, or is this his court clothes? It seems a little... What's that little badge he's got? It's like a shield for law enforcement or whatever.
560 or 561 successful?
They were not.
And why is that?
I do not know.
Is that because his pin was already in use?
I don't know the answer.
But does that indicate to you that Charlie Adelson had been disconnected by 15:07 and 7 seconds, or 3:07 and 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, call number 547, the one the following morning, according to Defense 1, that call was made at 6:38 in the morning.
Yes, it is.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you listened to that call recently.
I skimmed through the initial 60-plus minutes to the portion where we had a similar situation as the call we just listened to.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit 3 and publish. And I'm only going to publish very briefly.
Any objection from the state?
No, sir.
Defense 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You see, our good friend Addie Zanone says, I'm at the beginning, so because I just logged on, but I'm also having a hard time not feeling sorry for her. But what I'm thinking is how they royally fucked up their lives. Look how it all ended. Yeah, well, this is the big play, right? This is what they're counting on. They're counting on a jury of 12 Addies and Owns. Right? Yeah, I mean, she is just full force, all in, going on the sympathy card play, right? Can't wait to get to her. Maybe we're going to skip some of these witnesses just so we can get through this in a sensible amount of time.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call.
Oh, let's listen to this carefully. Let's listen to this carefully. This is the big clause, right? This is what the argument is based on. This is the announcement of this call will be recorded. So we really need to pay attention to the wording here.
Collect call from
3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility.
Hang on, I need to just hear that again.
Individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be
This call is not private.
recorded and may be monitored. If you believe
It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe
this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using
to consent to this recorded call. So, you know, Donna's attorneys are arguing that because Charlie got disconnected, that the consent... What? Where did that come from? What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Sorry, I just got a... music was playing somehow. Anyway, so what is it? It's... Donna's attorneys are arguing that because Charlie got disconnected and wasn't on the phone anymore, that the consent that Donna submitted by entering into the call, this is a kind of contract, right? It's like if you go into the call, we've told you the details, and by that action you are consenting for this call to be monitored, recorded, and not private. And because Charlie got disconnected, Donna's attorneys are arguing that that consent period ended. Right? I mean, it is kind of... It's not crystal clear, right? And even, I think, with the case laws that come up, they're not completely matched. You know, there's never been a case law that defines this issue clearly, it seems, from what I remember. We'll go through it, we'll double check that, but what do people think in the comments? Because you know, if... And I think Neverly Darling said that she thought Charlie just couldn't hear her, and that he was just waiting. She was just waiting for him to come back on. I'm not so sure about that, because I imagine there's been times before, because she says, you can't hear me again, right? You know, there's been times before when it's been cut off, and I would imagine on those times, as normally, he doesn't come back on. There has to be a call. And I also think that if she was just waiting, she might have not gone in to the conversation with her friends. She seemed to be not conscious of the fact that she was on a recorded call. I think she probably just put the phone down on the table and thought it was off. Because Harvey comes in at some later stage and says, "Oh, is this still on the call?" So if she's holding the phone, which I imagine she would be if she were waiting for Charlie to come back on, why would Harvey see... I think she put it on the table, right? Which I don't think you would do if you were expecting someone to come back onto the line, right? Just my thoughts.
Again, in defense 3, did we just hear that recording saying that it was going to be a recorded call?
Yes.
Yeah, Albert's got a good point. Always assume every device is recorded or recording. Fucking A, right? I mean, you know, I have never done this, but I've seen people where they walk into their kitchen and they say, Alexa, turn on BBC Radio 4. You know, and I have never wanted that to be a thing in my life. I'm fine with turning on a radio. You know, I enjoy the physical action of turning on a radio much more than I would enjoy walking into my kitchen and saying, Alexa, turn on BBC Radio 4. You know, I just know it. I just know it. I just know I don't want that. And yeah, it's like this just listening device. And do you think Jeff Bezos gives a fuck about you? You're just a unit. You're a unit of productivity to Jeff Bezos, right? He doesn't care. He's not going to go, well, you know, is this morally correct? He could be listening to us right now. And fuck knows what it's like for me. There's probably a supercomputer somewhere monitoring my channel, going, yes, True Crime Metrix. True Crime Metrix. What can we sell to True Crime Metrix? If we play to True Crime Metrix and pander to his needs, maybe we can separate him into the YouTube dollar.
I'm going to fast forward and I'll start this at 57 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yes, like that was that I'm getting other things. What else can we have done? Anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? And now we have.
And what did I say about attorneys that are extremely well kept, like Mr. Hand Grenade? I said I wouldn't want that in my attorney, right? And look what we have here with Jennifer Fulford. She cuts her own hair, you know, with a butcher knife. She's got a wrist that looks like it belongs to Ebenezer Scrooge. Yeah, I like that. That says that she spent a lot of time in the law library and a lot less time in the salon.
The bench. And we have the jury and we have the bench. And we have Tallahassee. And they don't listen.
Yeah, another thing, Neverly darling, just to argue with you, which I seem to love to do this evening. I'm sorry, but the point, you say that she's waiting for Charlie to come back on the phone. I also don't think the content. I don't think she would want the content of what she's saying to her friends now to be heard by Charlie, even for a moment. You know, if he comes back on the line, he could hear what she's saying, and I don't think she wants it to be heard by Charlie either, right? So I'm pretty fixed on that. I don't believe that she was waiting for Charlie to come back on the line. She did believe the call had terminated. That's my position. Thank you, Neverly, for that fantastic link. Yes, it is a great way to support the channel, guys, on this fabulous Donna Day. buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description, links in the chat. Fantastic Metrix, fantastic coffee. Thank you for the link, Neverly. And for your great points, you know. I think they're great, you know. Through your points, I explore how I personally feel. And that's what I like about this community, because we all develop together, right? It's fantastic.
Charlie. Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? It's also been an hour.
So at that point in time, approximately 58 minutes, a little bit past that, do we hear Donna realize that Charlie's no longer on call?
That's what it appears, yes.
I'll call you when I get inhabitants involved, and yes. I can't.
Yeah, no one did buy a coffee, but I was just testing if the pop-up works.
Should I can't, so I'm supposed to call Dan, but that's right.
What we're listening to now, or Investigator Newland, is approximately an hour, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds is when that portion of the recording started. At this point, we're at 55 seconds.
I don't have a private line. So they need to hear me tell Dan to call Annie, or they're gonna hear me tell Annie? They might as well do this. I mean, what's the option? Courtney Cunningham. No? No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business and probably wants to talk to Ron about, and we can call.
I think I got the wrong timestamp there. Just give me a moment.
Hey, thank you so much, Pinto Peabody, Sally. Thank you so much, Sally, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, Sally.
I'll call you when I get off, so I'm not gonna call. Maybe I'll call her before Wednesday comes. I'll call her, Charlie calls her, I'm gonna get off, so, yeah.
We're going to do a poll, guys.
So the things that we wanted for him to, we'll talk about in more detail later. So our voted.
We're going to do a poll. Who is a better actress? Donna or Wendy? Short and sweet. Yeah, vote on the poll.
First, you need to come here, but I realize that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell them we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are,
They're not recording my phone. That's what you just said on the recording, correct?
They're not recording my phone.
Followed by something if they are something.
Now, as with the calls on November 7th,
Oh, check this out. We got fantastic riding shotgun, who just gifted 5 True Crime Metrix fabulous memberships. And who got them? We got Chris P. Bacon, Back Pain Forever, Cynthia Meadows, That's a cool name. Cynthia Meadows. It sounds like a resort. It sounds like you could go there and play golf. You know, or honeymoon. Where are you going for your honeymoon? Well, it's a little place, Cynthia Meadows. Julia Rock. That also sounds like an activity. We're climbing Julia Rock Sunday. We have to start very early so we can make it back down the rock before night. And then, who's this now? Chauncey Myers. Well, I'm sorry to say, that sounds like a budget hotel that's got like 2 stars on TripAdvisor. Problems with damp, weird smell on the staircase, you know, carpet that's missing pieces in the hallway. Chauncey Myers. I'm sorry.
After Charlie was disconnected at about 58 minutes into that call, did he attempt to call back in call number 546 at 7:38 in the morning?
I gotta catch up with you here. So that call is the call on November 8th.
Correct. So we were talking about call 547. That's the one that was just introduced.
Okay, so at 6:38 that call was made.
So 546 did.
Yes.
And that would be on July 8th.
November 8th.
I'm sorry, November 8th, 2023 at 7:38 in the morning.
Yes.
And did that call connect?
Does not appear.
Call number 545, November 8th, 2023 at 7:40 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Does not appear to.
And these are call number 546, 545, 544. Those are from Charlie to his mother.
Correct.
Hey.
Call number 543.
Thanks so much, Leslie B, for those fabulous coffees. And I think some others came in, right? Tay bought us a coffee as well. Thank you so much, Tay. All the way from, where are you, Tay? Gainesville. Fantastic Gainesville. You know, we'll be stopping in Gainesville on the way up from Miami to Tallahassee. Yeah. I wonder if we could find out which hotel Jeff and Wendy... Mary Bartlett, thank you so much for the coffee, Mary. I wonder if we could find out what hotel Jeff and Wendy stayed at in Gainesville, where they had that big fight, and get the same room. I mean, how that would be like, you know, we're already going to Yardbird. I mean, what a trip this is going to be. This is going to be fantastic. But it's going to be like a sort of weird game or something, you know? Immersive. I've been following this case since before the first trial. 2018, maybe 2019, so it's like 6 years. That's a significant portion of my life. That's crazy. Yeah, no, we need to find out if anyone knows in comments or chat Wendy and Jeff stayed in Gainesville. Amy. I bet Amy can figure it out. Go get it. Go get it.
November 8th, 2023 at 7:44 in the morning. Did that call connect?
So 543 is at 7:45. There was 7:44, 7:45. Neither one of those connected.
Okay, so 5:44, 5:43, those did not connect.
They did not.
And those were from Charlie to his mother.
Yes.
And then call number...
Ooh. Check this out. Tay says, can you add a box to the poll that states neither Donna or Wendy, because they're both shit actors? Yeah, we should have done that. I don't think I can do that now. It's pretty close. We're at the moment 24 votes, and it's 46% Donna, 54% Wendy. What do I think? I'm not sure that they're comparable. Really, it's Wendy is at such an advanced level of psychopathy, in my opinion. In my non-clinical opinion. But, I bet my fucking life on it. There's some things that you just know, right? There's no question in my mind at all. Not one bit. It's plain as day. She's a fucking psycho, and she's super way down that thing. Pretty much like Bundy. Just, you go down into your psychopathy and you like it. And you want to do more and more and more. And that's where Wendy's at. I think Donna's just some old fucking criminal. So they're different in how they go about acting. Morally, I don't think either of them give a shit about the lies they tell or whatever, but it's just different. It's just different. I suppose our biggest example of Wendy acting is her police interview. But we've seen all sorts of things on this channel. We've seen her talking about her book on that news program. We've seen her giving a speech at the university or whatever that was. What was it? Where she was talking like with no content at all. And I've been having some ideas about her, Wendy Adelson's involvement in trafficking situations, dealing with vulnerable people, and if you went down a conspiracy route, you could take her all the way to fucking like Epstein's Island or something. I mean, how far does this thing go? What has Harvey been up to? Oh, that's what we were going to do. We were going to show a picture of Harvey. Hang on. Oh, not this one. Oh, here he is. Look at him there. With his Illuminati gang sign. That's not a coincidence. he's doing that sign on purpose. And what do we think about his suit? I think the tie knot is a little loose. Can we zoom in on that? That just seems a little loose, right? I'd like the tie knot to be a little bit tighter and compressed. The jacket looks nice. It's an expensive jacket for sure. The pants, the shirt. Yeah. I mean, I guess it works. But is he going for... Has he chosen this ensemble by happenstance, accident, or is it choice? Is it mourning? Is it, I mean, it could be a funeral. Maybe the light pants aren't good for a funeral. But the top, that'd be appropriate for a funeral. Maybe that's what he's trying to convey to the judge. We're almost dead. Let her out so she can have spaghetti on one night and potatoes on another night, because they shouldn't ever go together, ever. Okay, back to this. I think we're going to have to skip. Should we skip to Donna? Should we just go straight to Donna? But there was important stuff said all the way through. I don't want to do an 8-hour stream, especially when it's so late. It's already midnight on a work night in Eastern Standard. Sorry for the late stream. Yeah, my sleeping has just been not where it needs to be.
5:42 at 7:52 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Call number 541 at 7:54 in the morning.
Did not connect.
All right, we can skip. Come on.
Oh, good point.
Oh, cross.
So with calls 561, 560, 559, 558, 557, as well as calls 546, 545, 544, 543, 542, and 541. Those don't connect with Donna Adelson because Securus is still recording, correct?
That's too technical for me. I don't know why they don't connect.
Is Securus still recording?
It is, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Wow. I mean, who said this? Mona Lisa. I'm surprised he showed up. He's not afraid of being arrested, so I guess he'll be there every day of her trial. So can you imagine that? I mean, at some point, Harvey will be in the gallery, Donna will be on the defense table, Wendy will be on the witness stand, and then supposedly, on another occasion, Charlie will be on the witness stand. What a kind of reunion of getting the family back together. Imagine if that was you. Imagine if you were on the witness stand and your mum was on the defense table for murder, and your dad is in the gallery, and I mean, maybe she gets to watch Charlie testify. Maybe she will. And then they'll all be in there together. Maybe she'll be sitting next to Harvey. And then you've got Ruth and Phil there, and Shelley. I mean, what a crazy... This case, huh? I mean, fucking hell. Put a like on the video if you think this case is just one of the best ones ever. I mean, it really just... Look at it. It just goes on and on and on. And we're not done yet. We're not even... Are we halfway through? Barely. I think we're about halfway through, right? We got 3 down and 3 to go. Or are there others involved? You know. Probably not, right? I mean, who else would there be involved? Seems pretty... Yeah, there's no need. There's no need for anyone else to have been involved. It's all very clear what happened. There's 6 guilty people, and 3 of them have been convicted, and 3 of them have not been convicted. So we're halfway through. Right? I mean... How nuts is that? But I don't think it's going to take another 10 years. You know, really, you know, I think Leslie said recently that, you know, Wendy should be arrested within a month after Donna's trial. And if she's not, she probably never will be. Something like that. I'm sorry if that's a misquote, Leslie. But it was basically that. And, you know, I agree with that. You know, if she's not arrested soon after Donna's trial, that, yeah, I mean, that's probably it.
So, when a call is made from Leon County Jail to a person receiving that call, both parties are alerted that that call is being recorded before that the person receiving the call can accept the call and talk to the inmate. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also lets the receiver of that call know that they need to hang up in order to not be recorded, right?
Correct.
Are there hundreds of calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson while Charlie Adelson was in custody at Leon County Jail?
I would say there's thousands.
I know that
Thousands.
you haven't heard all of the thousands.
Yeah, that was normal for him, even when he wasn't in prison. Like, you know, when he's driving up to Jupiter saying, yeah, no, I stopped at Skyline Chili for another bowl of chili. Just on the phone with his mum every day, all day. I mean, what the fuck is that about? That'd be a nightmare.
But in most of the calls that you've heard, besides the 2 we've heard today, does Donna Adelson properly hang up the phone at the end of the call?
Yes, the ones that ended properly, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Harley, fucking hell, what am I thinking? Yeah, no. Harley, of course, is right. There's been 4 so far. Louis, Sigfredo, Katie, and Charlie. Yeah, how did I miss that? Yeah, so what is the percentage? We've had 4 and there's 3 to go. So, shit, what is that? It's like 57% or something like that. What is that? How do we work that out? Someone do a math thing in the comments and let us know. What is the percentage of 3 down, 4 to go? No, 4 down, 3 to go.
the defense showed you several, or while Donna Adelson was still on the line, on her and Charlie's previous call, on these open line calls, that there appear to be several attempts by Charlie Adelson.
It can't be 60%, Harley. That's not right. Right. Let's work this out. Four is what percent of 7? 57.142. Well, fuck me. Isn't that what I said? Off the top of my fucking head? Alright, I didn't have the .142. But I said 57, and you all heard it. I should go on a fucking game show. Mischief Maker.
Correct.
If her phone is still on the previous call, and she's not looking at her phone, could it be that she doesn't see that the Leon County Jail is calling her, is attempting to call her back, like she doesn't see her call waiting because she's not looking at her phone?
That's a possibility.
And in one of the recordings the defense plays, she says she seems to be not sure that they are recording her. She says, they're not recording my phone. If they are, and then it was cut off.
No, there's more to that conversation.
Okay.
We didn't hear.
In that part that we heard, does she seem to be unsure whether her phone can be recorded or not?
Should we skip to Donna? I mean, no, I like this guy too. He's good. Well, maybe we can come back to him. I want to see Donna.
A shot.
Yes.
Just in case. That's all.
You may step down, Mr. Hayden. Let's resume with the suppression aspect of this at this time.
Judge, may we be excused?
You're excused, Mr. Toomey. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Oh,
Let's resume
Mr.
with...
Toomey from the, remember him? The guy that introduced Chief Mac? Probably got himself a fucking load of custom dry rub for steaks and any grilling meat.
With the suppression portion at this time, does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence it wishes to present as it relates to the burden in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think Judge Everett has lost a bit of weight. Look at him. Looking fine.
This time, does...
Yeah, no, he's definitely been sticking with salads. You can tell.
the defense have any other witnesses or evidence it wishes to present as it relates to the burden in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense will call Donna Adelson.
Please come up to the witness stand, Ms. Adelson.
Yeah, please waddle up and demonstrate how fucking incapacitated you are. You know, have you seen Dumbo with the elephant that's all chained up? I think she said that in one of her letters, that she feels like a chained up elephant. A grandmother elephant. Yeah. Well, you look like one.
Witness stand. Yeah. Please raise your right hand as best as you can.
Look at that. I mean, is that really necessary? I think that's more of a psychological thing. You know, she's not gonna fucking run. I mean, she's 75 years old. She does the ankle shackles are not necessary to prevent her from escaping, right? So why are they there? It's a psychological thing. It's like you're fucking chained up, bitch, you know? Like
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take the seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a moment.
why the Man, why are these deputies like pushing her into the chair? This is ridiculous. This is too much. What the fuck?
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a moment.
Like, I am so confident that Donna could have just walked into that chair and sat down. You know, like 100% she could have just walked into that chair and sat down. So why were those deputies doing that? What the fuck?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and make sure you speak in the microphone?
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember?
You see what she's doing there with the deep breathing and the kind of focus, like, you know, she's psyching herself up. She's psyching herself up to go into her designed role that she has decided is her best bet to alleviate herself from her circumstances. This is a predator. This is instinct. This is something that normal people don't do at all. This is a fucking personality disorder, and, you know, that's exactly what's going on here. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you worked?
Yes, I was in my apartment, in my living room.
Do you remember who was present when you got the call?
Yes, my husband, Harvey, and friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman, and her husband, Richard Shadron.
You said your attorney. What kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And you remember receiving the call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in the jail?
He was in jail.
Okay. What did you do when you saw that Charlie was calling?
Answered the phone?
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agreed for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, "Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie?" And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond anymore. And I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times?
Yeah, Harley says that she's trying to imply she had attorney-client privilege during the phone call she didn't hang up on. That'd be a way to suppress the call as evidence. Well, her attorney later cites 2 confidential relationships that were present, one being with her husband and one being with her attorney, her estate planning attorney. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're really trying to push for. And it's interesting that the case law that they cite, I think both sides, cites case laws to support their argument, and neither side can come up with a directly comparable case that has ever been ruled on, that is citable. Maybe that will be her legacy. People will later refer to, in the case of Adelson v. State, it was, whatever they say. But yeah, maybe that will be her legacy. I really like it. The big case they keep mentioning somewhere in this hearing is Smiley v. States, which, when said by Judge Everett, is about one of the best things I've heard all week.
When you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on the call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice on that first call number 562, when you repeated, Charlie, Charlie, are you there?
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And what would, in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
And what would you do with your phone?
I'd hang up.
Now, same thing with the call on November 8th of 2023, the one at 6:38 in the morning. Do you know at what point your son was no longer on the phone?
I don't. I don't remember the call.
In either one.
Oh, goddamn mute button. Yeah, Paul M says State v. Bozo, too. Yeah, I heard that. But I thought I misheard it. It did sound like Bozo, though. which was fantastic also. It was a fantastic hearing. I was really satisfied with how it all went.
One of those situations, or in both of those situations, did you believe the call was over?
Yeah, the call was over. He was gone.
And you went about your business?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the November 7th, 2023 phone call when your attorney, your husband, and your husband were present at your apartment, did you agree for...
You see, these are Tallahassee attorneys, right? Because they use phrases like, you went about your business. That's what Judge, what's his name? The first one, the one that died. Judge Hankinson. He'd always say to the witness, go about your business. Go about your business. That's got to be a Tallahassee thing. So that's a good thing for communicating with the jury, you know. And something that we've not seen at all so far in this case. In this multiple case.
Your attorney-client conversation to be recorded?
No.
Did you agree for your conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No, of course not.
Now, the following day, did you agree for your subsequent conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No.
Now, you heard the recording.
See you later, Sue.
To consent to this call, press 1. Or recording of this call, press 1. Correct?
Correct.
You hung up the phone after those calls were over.
Thought I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh, is this the first time Sarah Dugan has spoken directly to Donna? Because if it is, it's an important moment. I'm trying to think. Have we've seen Donna appear on video chat, but I don't even think then she spoke to the prosecutor or her attorneys. It was just to the judge to be. But I think this is the first time that Sarah is gonna talk to Donna, right? That's important. You only get one opportunity to make a first impression.
Good morning.
So they're in the room with you during this call.
Good morning.
So they're in the room with you during this call was, you said your one of your attorneys, Susan Brotman, your husband, and then also Susan Brotman's husband.
Yes, that's correct.
Can I just say how much I think it's fantastic how Judge Everett is framed in this. That is the good job, cameraman. I mean, he could be a little bit more to the right, but it's brilliant. It's fantastic, and he's looking basically right at the camera. That's great.
Correct.
Okay. And he was not your attorney?
He was not.
Your attorney?
No, he's not an
We've
attorney.
lost him.
Okay. You were informed at the beginning of that call, this is the one on November 7th that recorded you while they were all in the room. You were informed that you were being recorded if you accepted that call.
Yes.
Okay. And that if you do not want to be on that recorded call, that you needed to hang up the call. Is that right?
Are you saying, does the recording say?
Right. If you do not want to accept that recorded call, you should hang up.
If you do not, yeah, no, I accepted the recorded call.
Okay. And
Yeah, I don't understand the question. Is it a question? Oh, yeah. I think if it's the same chair that Lewis has sat on, Donna Adelson has sat on, Charlie, Wendy, Jeff, Katie, Isom, if that's all the same chair, I'd pay good money for that. I would pay $1,000 for that chair. That would be a fantastic souvenir just to have in your house. Just to have in your house, and you could sit on it sometimes and think about all of the players that have sat in that chair.
you typically do hang up your calls, you said, after
I mean, I think I
your
do,
calls with
yeah.
Charlie Adelson when he was in custody. All right, but this particular call that day, evidently you did not properly hang up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
I mean, it may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people
don't know.
before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody.
Pocket dialed?
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if your phone is in your pocket or in your...
I don't know what a pocket is. I don't know who put a taco in my pocket. I don't know who Taco is. God, I could use a taco right now. Maybe we'll have tacos tomorrow. So, what day is it tomorrow? Thursday. Taco Thursday. It could work.
Purse and it accidentally calls someone you didn't mean it to.
I mean, that could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as
Gee.
big of a deal as it...
I don't know. I'll have to check my pictures. It's like Stephanie Lazarus. It's just like, it was 1,000,000 years ago. It could have pocket dialed. I don't know. I don't know who Taco is.
It used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. The consent that you gave for the call to be recorded, when did that end?
It ended when Charlie hung up, or when whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
He's my rock. Harvey is my rock.
As to the burden at this point, under the precedent established by Smiley versus State, in order to exclude what are complained of wiretapped.
I want to look up Smiley versus State. What was that case about?
Interceptions, The movement has a need to show there was a subjective expectation of privacy in their statements, and the expectation is one that society would accept as reasonable. As to the subjective expectation showing the defendant has met that burden, it now shifts to the state as to whether this is one that is reasonable. Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir. I have argument.
you may proceed.
Oh, look, Tay says that Sigfredo could break this case open. And so could Katie if she would just tell everything she knows. Well, what else does she know? The only thing I can think of that she might know is who paid for her attorneys. Because she says it was her family or her brother or something. But, you know, I don't think they're cheap. Like, they do celebrity law in Miami. I mean, Katie's defense twice can't have been less than $200,000. I mean, how are they going to come up with that kind of money? That's a large amount of money.
May I provide the court with some case law?
You may.
I've got some argument, and then I'll kind of go through each one of these cases. And I provided defense a copy of these earlier this morning.
Well, do we need to watch this? Maybe we should skip more.
So in defendant's motion, they first argued that this was, a warrantless search. However, the state's argument is that this is not subject to Fourth Amendment, because there's no wrongful state action that caused this defendant to be reported.
Yeah, maybe we'll come back. Maybe we'll come back to. What happened?
You may examine when you're ready, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses?
Never.
And how long have you been incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
She should have said, I've never even gotten a parking ticket. Because she has said that in about 16 of her letters that I've seen. She's always saying, like, I've never even gotten a parking ticket.
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay. And where did you go following solitary?
To the N pod, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So I was with 60 some odd other inmates, all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the in like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do, and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so, I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the inn like Nancy Pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next.
From August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay. Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the inn pod?
No.
Was there one in the annex?
No.
Okay.
The annex is a temporary building. It's not even a brick building. You're just one on top of the next. 60 women. I mean, this is, it's quite amazing, isn't it? I mean, what did you think jail was like? You're kept alive, and you know, I'm sure the amount of nutrition that they're given is basically sufficient. It must pass some kind of test of what is humanely reasonable. You know, there must be some guideline. You know, maybe that needs to change. I mean, I think prison food in other countries, like Italy, I'm sure they have a lot of tomatoes, and that's good, and good bread. You know.
I'd like to start the motion for a bond that we filed in this case. As the court indicated earlier, one of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, it's I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past. Do you mean prior to becoming incarcerated at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before into your hands?
Yeah, the pain is it's like hot. It's like a burning pain, and my thumb, index, and middle finger have gotten like tingling. It almost feels like ants are crawling on them. It's like a numbness of those fingers.
Okay. And is this pain that you were experiencing prior to your incarceration at Leon County Jail?
No.
Okay. About when did this pain begin?
So I was assaulted by another inmate while I was here at the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes.
And when you say here, do you mean the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes.
And what has the response been?
They said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime, I could have Tylenol.
Okay. And you said that was in approximately October of 2024. Have you been requesting treatment for that pain since October of 2024?
Several times.
Okay.
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the gentleman previously. At some point, did they do an x-ray on your arm?
Yes.
And when was that?
It might have been February 3rd. No, that was the day I moved. It's shortly after February 3rd. I don't know the date.
Was it after you were removed and placed in protective custody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is the Tylenol helped with the pain that you're experiencing?
No.
Yeah, she needs narcotic medications. Prescription.
After they performed the x-ray, were you called back into the medical unit?
It was for another reason, but they did call me, and they told me that the x-ray showed no fracture.
Okay, no fracture. That's what they were looking for?
That's what they were looking for.
Did they offer any type of physical therapy for your shoulder, anything at all?
No, I asked if they could do anything for it, and they said no.
Okay.
Tylenol.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other medical conditions that you wanted us to address in the bond hearing that you're suffering from?
So I have a hearing issue.
Okay.
I have a problem. I evidently have very narrow ear canals, and so the wax builds up in my ears to the point that, I mean, I have officers that say to me, "Are you deaf, Adelson?" When I don't respond to them, it's because I don't hear them.
Oh, in a Tallahassee accent. Are you deaf, Adelson? What's wrong with you, Adelson? Are you deaf? Oh. Just, yeah. Oh, what an epic tale. Just like, fucking hell. Look at her. Just imagine her walking around, you know. They give her a bologna sandwich for lunch. And, for an evening meal, it's spaghetti. Probably really overcooked, under-seasoned, pathetic spaghetti with potatoes and no sauce or oil or pepper or nothing. just 3 potatoes and some spaghetti. When she ordered the fettuccine with a duck ragu.
And so I did ask for help in the, I asked the doctor if there was anything they could do for me, and I told her what's normally done, and she said, we use Debrox to soften the wax, and then you come down 3 or 4 days later, and we use a bulb syringe to remove it. And I said, that doesn't work. I need a different procedure. And she said, that's all we can do for you.
Okay. And did you know, based on your prior treatment before you came into the Leon County Jail, that it required something other than the flushing system?
Yes, I did know.
Do you recall the name of the doctor that you saw for this condition?
Yes, I've seen him for years. Dr. Molina.
Okay. And Dr. Molina, how long do you think that you saw him for this condition prior to your incarceration?
I mean, several years.
Okay.
4 years, 5 years, I don't know.
Okay, and during the course of his treatment for you, how often would you go to have the wax removed from your small ear canals?
Yeah, every 3 to 4 months. If I waited longer than that, I couldn't hear.
Okay, and did he use a flushing method, or did he do something different?
No.
What did he do?
He used some kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's some kind of an electronic device that he puts one end in my ear and he's able to remove the wax using that device, that
Okay.
medical device.
And in your experience prior to incarceration, when you were having that procedure done, did your hearing improve?
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, immediately.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mrs. Adelson, I've shown you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing, and it's a report from Dr. Molina, your doctor. Could you review that just to yourself for a moment?
Okay.
Okay. Does that describe the treatment that he was providing to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it includes a recommendation that you continue to receive the same treatment, potentially with another ENT in Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This time the defense would offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection as to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you.
During the time that you have, without disclosing any of the conversations, of course, but during the course of the time that you have met with counsel at the jail, have you had difficulty hearing us while we're trying to discuss your case with us?
Yes. I
And what
do.
about over the telephone? Are you experiencing difficulty hearing us in that way?
Yeah, the telephone is a problem.
Okay. Have you actually gotten in trouble by some of the guards at the jail because they've instructed you to do something and you weren't able to hear them?
Yes.
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
It happens on several occasions.
Okay. And have you experienced over the course of your incarceration that your hearing is getting worse and worse?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. This is not a significant, I'm going to move on to something else now, and this is not a significant injury, but I did want to address this with respect to the type of medical care that you are getting at the jail. Did something happen to you recently where you cut your arm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the court what happened, please.
So I was walking past the washing machine on my way to the restroom, and I bumped into the, there's like a metal bracket that holds the washing machine in place, I guess, and it was my fault. I bumped into it.
And what happened?
So I cut my arm pretty badly.
So what did you do after you cut your arm?
Yeah, how badly? You know, this fucking injury in the washing machine. She, you know, she could have done nothing about that at all, and she'd have been fine. Right? The wound would have closed up. It's not like she fucking hit an artery and she was going to bleed to death. You know, it's like, even if you bleed a lot, it closes itself, even if you don't, you know. It's better to compress the wound and put gauze or something, but, you know, it's going to be fine just with oxygen. So
the timing was it's kind of interesting because the med nurse was there doing morning meds. So I got onto the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was just pouring out. And so I figured I'll get on the line with the other girls and I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn and I got to the med nurse and she says, "Whoa, what happened to you?" And I said, "My fault. I just bumped into the washing machine and I cut myself." So she looked at it and she said, "Yeah, that's a problem." I said, "Yeah, can I get..."
And you know what? You know what she's also doing is she's being charming. Right? You know how Wendy does the kind of goofy thing? Like, when I was little, I wanted to be a giraffe. Ah! This is Donna's goofy thing, right?
I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn, and I got to the med nurse, and she says, whoa, what happened to you? And I said, my fault. I just bumped into the washing machine, and I cut myself.
My fault. My fault. It was my fault. We had coffee, and it was my fault. It was 100% my fault.
So she looked at it and she said, yeah, that's a problem. I said, yeah. She said, my fault. I just bumped into the washing machine, and I cut myself. So she looked at it and she said, yeah, that's a problem.
Why is she acting like she's injured now? I mean, she's displaying her wrist. Or is she handcuffed? I guess she's handcuffed to her waist. Alright, well.
I said, yeah, can I get a Band-Aid or gauze or something, some antibiotic cream? She said, yeah, I don't have any antibiotic cream, and I don't have a Band-Aid. So I looked at her and I said, well, what should I do? She said, well, why don't you use your toilet paper and put it on there? I said, but it's gushing. I can't put toilet paper on there. So one of the girls saw me and she said, oh my God. And she came running over and she opens up a sanitary napkin and she put it on there so that, and it was filling the sanitary napkin with blood. And so another girl came over, she took the bloodied one away and she gave me hers too.
Well, that's probably better than a Band-Aid, right? I mean, that's designed to absorb blood. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, if she were really bleeding to the point of an emergency, the jail would have dealt with it, and it would be on a report. There's a minor injury that she got on accident, and she requested a tetanus shot, and she got one. And you know, the nurse said wrap it in toilet paper. Well, that's going to stop the bleeding. No, it's not like you're going to get infected with something that's going to make you lose your hand. You might get a mild skin, I don't know, discoloration from the rust, but it'll be fine.
And I was applying that. So I said to the nurse again, we're not going to be able to stop it holding this. Isn't there something you can do? She says, the best I could offer you would be to fill out a medical request form. So I said, you want me to do that now? She said, yes. I said, okay, can I have a medical request form? She says, oh, I don't have any. I said, well, what am I supposed to do? And she said, I don't know what to tell you. She says, maybe the night nurse will have that.
Okay. So this was just a couple of days before you were transferred to protective custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall that it was on Saturday, the 1st of February?
It was a Saturday morning, yes.
Okay. And so about what time of morning would this have been if this was the morning med nurse?
It could have been 9 or 10,
Okay.
somewhere in the morning.
Okay, and when she told you that she didn't have any sick call forms for you to request a Band-Aid and you would need to get it from the night nurse, approximately what time does the night nurse come?
So the night nurse comes anywhere from 11:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
11:30 p.m. to
PM.
To what time?
2:30 a.m.
To 2:30 a.m.
Right.
And in the meantime, you were supposed to use the feminine pads?
I called my husband. He told me to elevate my arm, to wash it. Try to wash it frequently.
Wash the arm,
just to
Donna.
keep my arm up, and that's
Keep it
what I
up.
did. And one girl brought over toilet.
Rub coffee on the wound, Donna. Keep it up. Wash the wound.
Paper, but that was sticking to the wound, so that wasn't good. So I kept borrowing sanitary pads to hold it.
Okay, and at some point, did the night nurse come?
Yes, she came that night.
Okay, and what happened when she got there?
She didn't have a Band-Aid either.
Okay.
She didn't have antibiotic ointment either. And I said, this has been going on since early this morning.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just turned around and noticed that some of the state's witnesses have re-entered the courtroom. We had previously invoked the rule for the bond proceeding.
All right. For anyone who is here to testify concerning bond, please step outside the courtroom. Ms. Dugan, is any witness you're intending to call currently in the courtroom?
I don't see any. I'm calling Miss Wilson and Deputy Collins.
Please continue with your examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So the night nurse came, and the night nurse didn't have a Band-Aid either?
No antibiotic, no Band-Aid, and no, the form that I was told to ask her for, the sick call form. She said, I don't have them, we haven't had them in a while.
The night nurse?
The night nurse.
So how were you supposed to request, according to the night nurse then, how were you supposed to request assistance?
So I was actually fortunate because there was a sergeant with the night nurse. She accompanies the nurse when she comes there. And she took a look at what I looked like, and the night nurse said, yeah, that's a problem. And so the sergeant said, I'm going to make sure you get a Band-Aid, and I'm going to make sure you get a form. You'll get it by tomorrow. When I go back with the night nurse, she said, I'll run some off on the machine, some copies, and I'm going to make sure that you get it.
And did she?
The next morning.
Okay.
The next morning I got it.
From the sergeant?
From the sergeant, yes.
Okay. You got the Band-Aid and the call nurse?
Yes.
Call form?
The call form.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach the witness?
Yeah. Ms. Adelson, I'm showing you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah.
Take note of Attorney Fulford's style and prose and poise and all of the P's. She's coming to play. She's coming in strong and hard, and I'm pretty impressed, and I'm glad. I love to see. I just I can't wait to see what Georgia's gonna have to deal with this, and it's a higher bar than what we're used to seeing Georgia have to deal with. So I think it's going to be a good show.
What is that?
Oh.
That's a few days after I got cut, and that's the clear Band-Aid that they gave me to put on top.
Okay. After you got the bandage to put on over your wound, did you get additional medical treatment for the wound?
So no, not then. About, I don't know how many days later, but when I went down to medical a few days later, they said, how long are you wearing this bandage? And I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, whatever it had been. And they said, this should have been cleaned and changed every day. Why didn't you have that done? I said, I don't know. This is what they gave me to put on, and that's what I did.
Okay. The photograph, does that truly and accurately depict what your injury looked like the few days after it occurred with the bandage on it?
That's what it looked like.
The defense would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection to Defense 2?
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
And at this follow-up visit, then did they change your bandage and clean the wound?
They cleaned it, and they put antibiotic cream on it, and
Okay.
they changed it, yes.
And did you get any additional treatment for the wound?
No.
Did you request that you get a tetanus shot?
My husband said, Donna, if there was rust on that metal, which there was, he said, you should ask for a tetanus shot.
And so did you request it?
So I requested it, and they did give it to me.
Okay. And then, as far as your medical conditions go, the last thing I want to talk about is something that I would give two different descriptions of, but I'm just asking the questions. You're the one providing the information to the court in your testimony.
Okay.
So this shortness of breath or heavy breathing that you're experiencing,
Right.
How long has that been going on?
It's been going on several months, probably at least 3 months, I would think.
Okay. And did you're experiencing it then during your incarceration? Did you have it prior to being incarcerated?
No, I did not.
Okay. What have you noticed about the breathing, and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
I know, I guess it sounds like heavy breathing. It's shortness of breath. I've never had that before. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I've gained more than 1/3 of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein, and when you get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread, that's your dinner. It's very typical of what we get. And we have had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds. But otherwise, there's no, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to do stretches or wall push-ups or anything, she says, this is not an exercise room, there's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop you. One of these issues.
We're allowed out. She wants to be let out for 3 hours a day. She corrects herself and says 3 hours a week. But, I think she wants to be let out for 3 hours a day. And what is this curfew thing where she's talking about, listen, I'll be at the house by 7 p.m. and I'll stay at the house until 7 p.m. That's just like a normal day, right? So you can leave at 7 a.m. and you don't have to be back until 7. You're staying in the house. House arrest. You stay in the house. Apart from doctor's appointments, grocery shopping. That's it. You're allowed 500 yards from your property to the local Circle K. Okay, that's it. Mountain Dew and what else could you get there? Mountain Dew and Skittles. Extra Skittles for Judge Everett.
At a time. So with respect to the time period when you've been in the annex, which was from August of 24 until recently February of 2025, was it your understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times?
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day. Per week.
Okay, and during your time in the annex, did you experience a week where you got 3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
Okay. How many times did you go outside while you were in the annex?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
We have 30 minutes left in the hearing, Ms. Fulford. I understand your client is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Okay.
Yeah, skip over all this. Jail sucks. Hashtag jail sucks. SUX. Jail sucks. Yeah, that's what Judge Everett said, and it does. And it's not supposed to be, what does Sarah Dugan call it? The 4 seasons.
I'm going to move off of that then. I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower, and we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. The first incident that took place in the shower, could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yeah, so I always, there's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you'd have at the other ones, and so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower, and I was washing my hair, and I was the only one in the shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy, and so I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I felt a hand go up my back, like from the top of my butt up my back, and I yelled, "Stop it!" and I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here!" And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there, what was this? Which pod was this in?
It's in the annex.
In the annex. Okay. In the annex, are there guards positioned inside the area where you shower?
No.
Inside the area where you use the restroom?
No.
Okay. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is what transpired in October of, thank you, October of 2024, where you had said previously you were attacked. What were you doing? Where were you at, first of all, when that took place?
In October. So I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth.
Okay.
There are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks, and I was at the center station with my back to the door, and
I was at the center station with my back to the door, and a woman came up to me. Oh. Yeah, but everything about it, the facial expression, the panting, the posture, this is all good practice for the jury, right? Jury selection is going to be so important on this case for both sides, right? The prosecution know what they don't need, and the defense know exactly what they need. And I don't think she's going to have a jury consultant. I think they totally got conned by that. And Jennifer Fulford's going to take care of business with the jury selection, I should imagine. She's got the whole bag, right? She's got the skills to do jury selection and to argue opening closings, and to examine, cross-examine, and to talk to the judge in a way that, well, you know, is appropriate, but with serious conviction. I mean, she speaks well to the judge, I think, and it's not the most respectful. Dan Rashbaum was too respectful. Kiss ass. But I think Judge Everett appreciates, you know, she gets to the point pretty well. I think she's going to put on a good show. I think she's going to put on a very good show.
I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand, and I was balancing myself with my left hand on the sink. I was just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
Did it hurt?
yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, what are you doing?
Yeah. So I've been practicing how to recount trauma in my cell. While I've been in solitary confinement, I've been spending most of the day practicing how to recount trauma in public, on the stand. and this is what I've come up with.
And she's, in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said, you're going to buy me commissary. I said, I'm going to what? And she said, unless you
I'm going to what? I'm going to what? You're going to buy me commissary. Adelson. Do we all think this happened or not happened or what? Is this just made up? You know, because she goes on this big thing about not revealing her name, but also says that she's over 6 foot and more than 200 pounds. So I'm thinking we could narrow it down to, you know, maybe there's only one woman in the detention center that's over 6 foot and over 200 pounds. Isn't that identifying the perpetrator?
those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary. So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. She was gone. She just that fast.
Okay. How bad would you...
That fast. She said, you're going to buy me commissary. And I said, I'm going to what? And she said, you're going to buy me commissary unless you want those pretty white wife of a dentist's teeth knocked out.
To you.
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
Oh my God, it was a 10. You know, I think a lot of people, when they're asked that kind of question, they go in, they don't want to commit to a full 10. Right? They say, well, it's probably, like a 8.5, probably about an 8.5. But oh my God, it was a 10. It was a 10. It was a full 10. The pain, and now my shooting pain. It's like a burning arm. I have a burning shooting arm, in pain, and I need to be out of prison, out of jail, out of the detention center.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk and I got under the covers and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. I didn't come out.
Okay. During your entire time in the annex, did this particular inmate remain confined in that area with you?
She was in the annex the whole time.
Okay. And I know that you don't want to talk about who did this to you, because why? Why don't you want to disclose who it was?
There's one thing I've learned since I'm there is you don't, and the word is snitch, you don't tell on anyone because you'll be sorry you did. And I've seen that. And so, I didn't even tell you for a while. I wasn't going to tell anybody. I didn't want to tell anybody. Because I didn't want, she's a big woman, and I was afraid of her.
Okay. Approximately how tall would you say she is compared to you?
She's over 6 feet, she's
Okay.
over 200 pounds. She's
Okay.
a very large woman.
Okay. Were you afraid of her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was after that.
Okay. And you said that she demanded that you were going to start getting her weekly commissary. Did you do that?
Yeah. How are we doing on that actor poll? Because we're seeing some big Donna acting right here, right? 69% say Wendy. And there's been 67 votes. That's quite a lot. How many have we got in chat? 102. Okay. Yeah. 69% say Wendy. Well, you know, I don't think Donna's doing a bad job here. She's certainly committed. She's all in with this strategy. Confused, invalid, old woman. What's the point in locking her up? Just let her go. You know.
Okay. Let me, can I have just one moment, George?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, in order to move this along a little more promptly, I've requested of the state, and they have no objection. At this time, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3. I'm sorry, I said state by mistake. Defense Exhibit number 3, Defense Exhibit number 4, and Defense Exhibit number 5.
The objection, Mr. Dugan.
No.
May I
They are
approach?
admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Adelson, prior to ordering commissary for this woman who attacked you, were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food, but not what she wanted. She wanted packages.
Okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Aramark, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
Substitute meals, if you will?
yes.
Okay, no noodles of any kind?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay, and when you referred to packages, is that the method that the woman who attacked you said she wanted you to get for her?
That's what she asked me to get her, yes.
Okay, and these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Okay, and during the course of your time in the annex, while you were still in the annex, on just about every week...
What's in the package? What's in the package? Just some fucking potato chips and soups. That's it?
Did she continue to find you in the bathroom and demand what packages that you would get ordered for her?
Yes,
And-
she must have been keeping an eye on me, but when I was in the bath, those are the only times she would approach me is in the bathroom, and she would tell me what she wanted for that week.
And did you make those orders through your husband?
I called my husband. I didn't tell him what happened. I just called him and said, honey, I want some extra food. Would you mind ordering some packages for me? And he said, sure, honey. And he did.
And he did that. And at the time that your normal canteen or commissary would be delivered, is that when the extra packages would be delivered as well?
Yes, all at the same time.
Okay, and in the course of things, you would go pick up your canteen and then her extra packages, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
And where did you keep her items when you got back to the annex?
So it was, you have to carry your bin up, and they put the package, they open up a plastic bag and they loosely put all the stuff in the bin. So It was all in a bin that I would take back and put under my bed.
Okay, and did you keep her eye care packages separated from your canteen?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that she would receive her packages? How did she get the food?
So she would send, I used to say her minions, she used to pick different girls to come over to me, and they would say, package up 4 soups and 3 bags of chips. And the first time I didn't know what she wanted me to do, and she said, it's for, and she'd mention her name. I said, well, how am I supposed to do that? She said, just put it in your shirt, I'll meet you in the bathroom. So I would load these things in the top of my shirt, and I would hold the bottom of my shirt like this so that nothing would fall out, and I'd go to the bathroom, and then somebody would follow me in there, and she would take it out, transfer it into her shirt, and walk away.
And that continued from the time that she first yanked your arm behind your back in October all the way until you were put into protective custody, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, when you got into protective custody, in fact, did you receive your last packages for her?
So the last package came, I was put into protective custody on a Monday, and Tuesday, the commissary came with those packages and brought them to me.
Okay, and do you have that extra food in your protective custody room now?
They're sitting there. I don't eat that stuff, so it's all sitting on top of my bunk.
It's made up of noodles and chips and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that right?
20 minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't come out at all?
Make sure you don't talk over me, okay? She's even tough with her own client, right?
I'm kind of leading her, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that
20
right?
minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't come out at all. During your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the end of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-pod, like Mary.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that this individual who attacked you was also, at least for some period of time, in that same area?
I'm not sure where she was. She might have been.
Okay.
I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I heard that she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, was there an occasion where another girl came and knocked on your door wanting you to give her food?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, okay. And what happened when you said you would give her food?
I said I have all that extra food. I don't mind giving it to people.
Okay. And so how were you going to give it to her?
Well, that's what I said to her. How am I going to get this to you? And so she gave the guard a high sign, and the guard buzzed the door open, and it was her and a friend of hers, the two of them, and they'd only stepped in my room like a foot, came in, and I gave them some soups.
Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other sorts of
There have been other
situations?
times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, what did you want? And she said, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you. Just go back to your room. I said, okay. So
Okay.
I turned around and went back.
Okay. We have to move along a little bit faster here. So one of the things that's been a big issue for you is lack of sleep. So we're going to just kind of go through this quickly for the court. But you testified previously that the nighttime medications come between 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the nighttime medications that you get, is there something in there to assist you to go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get the medication. About how long after that is it before you can go to sleep?
From the time I get it, probably a half hour.
Okay. All right. And what time are you woken up for breakfast?
Between 3 and 3:30.
Okay.
Last night was 3:10. Just within that half-hour range is when it comes.
Okay. And once you're woken up for breakfast, are you capable of going back to sleep?
No.
Have you tried to go back to sleep?
Oh, my God.
And what is all that about? Why do they wake them up at 3 a.m. for breakfast? I mean, that just seems like, oh, come on. Fuck off. Wake me up at 7:30. 8:30. 8:30 on Sunday. Just why are we eating breakfast at 3 a.m.? Is that necessary?
Yes, I try.
So that period of that block of time that you get from the time you fall asleep after your night meds until you're woken up for breakfast, that's the only sleep that you're getting while you're incarcerated?
That's it.
How has that affected you?
So, listen, I know older people don't need as much sleep as younger people, but I need more than 2 hours a night. I need more than a good night is 3. One night I had 3.5 hours. It's not enough sleep to stay focused. I mean, I feel like I'm foggy sometimes because I'm sleepy, I'm tired, and I can't go to sleep. They've got people screaming and yelling. They bang on the doors, they shake the doors, it sounds like a drum in there.
Have you ever seen a prisoner come into court and complain like this, where there's people screaming and yelling? I heard someone say a bad word in the mess hall. They won't let me play basketball. The only exercise is to walk in a circle around my bunk. Yeah. No, I want a gym machine, personal trainer, someone nice, maybe a Cuban called Pedro. Yeah. Or Paolo the Cuban personal trainer. Yeah. To come into the jail and work with me on my sciatic nerve. Massage therapy is an absolute must. Shiatsu and Swedish. And I'd also like to create a menu, a personal menu for me in prison, in the jail. I would like to have paella on Mondays, Maine lobster on Tuesdays, cheeseburgers Wednesday and Friday with what else do they eat? What else do these fuckers eat? What is it now? Tacos. I wonder if she knows about this culture that puts taco into this equation, puts taco into her mouth. When I'm in the courtroom, I've got to find a way to let her know, haven't I? Maybe I could hold up a banner, but I don't want to be ejected. So, yeah, I better check what the rules are about that. No banners in the courtroom.
It's horrible. So I can't sleep with all that noise going on. And
Okay. Do you have legal documents that we have provided to you or prior counsel has provided to you that you need to review to assist in the preparation of your defense?
say that to me again.
Sure. Do you keep legal documents with you that you're supposed to be reviewing to assist to prepare for your defense?
Sure. I've got two bins full of them.
Okay. Are you having difficulty completing the tasks that we're asking you to do because of your lack of sleep?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you for just a second. You're able to make calls to your lawyers off of your tablet, correct?
Yes.
And those are supposed to be attorney-client privilege calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not recorded according to what's said on the recording when you make the call, is that
That's
right?
right. That's
Okay.
right.
During the time that you were in the annex, were you in a situation where you could be away from everybody so that you could make those calls without anyone hearing?
No, I had to make the calls under my blanket because you couldn't hear me. I certainly couldn't hear you. So I would go under my blanket with the tablet and I would call you that way.
That didn't keep the other inmates who were standing right next to you from hearing?
It is what it is.
Okay, was there a
It is
time?
what it is. All the other inmates were listening. Yeah, I'm sure they were like really interested in listening to you talk about your own case. I mean, they were all listening. Not like the jury in Charlie's trial, they didn't listen. But these inmates were listening. They listened. I had to talk under my covers. I had to get under my covers and talk on the tablet to my attorney. And then a guard was present. Oh, good luck, Donna. Obviously I want to see justice for the Markel, but it would be so fucking amazing if she pulled this off. That would be something to see. We already saw Colin Griffith get off, right? That little fucker, that little psycho. How's he doing? What's he up to now? What the hell is he up to now? Looking into foster care. Yeah, he wants to get into foster care before he's 19. Okay. Any day now, we're going to see another killing, another Griffith killing.
When you and I were speaking, and when you pulled the cover back, there was actually a guard there listening to your call?
Yes, there was.
And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, etc.?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on the phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy, and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So.
Good impression of a sick person, Donna. Good. I mean, that's pretty convincing. But what is not convincing is how she increased, it was like an exemplar, right? It was like, I have this shortness of breath and it's difficult to talk on the phone. Yeah, why was there that increase when you told us about it?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on the phone
See?
calls?
Yeah. Normal.
You...
I had it numerous times. Completely normal breathing. But then the shortness of breath.
Your call?
Yes, there was.
And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, et cetera?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on the phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy, and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
All right, let me ask you a few questions. We're requesting that His Honor allow you to be out on bond pending your trial so that you can assist in the preparation of your defense. If His Honor ordered that you reside here in Leon County and not leave Leon County until the conclusion of the trial, would you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
If he placed you on an electronic monitor, would you agree to take that?
Yes.
Okay. If he required that you have a curfew from 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning, would you comply with the curfew?
I would do that.
Do you have the ability?
Yeah, fucking A, you'll comply with the curfew. And what is this? You're staying at home. You know? What do you need to go out for? I mean, if she had to, like, maintain her job or something, she doesn't have a fucking job. This is her job now. Getting off, right? Getting off. If I could only get off and escape accountability. That's your main focus.
Ability to do these things?
Yes.
Okay, you have the ability to get housing here in Tallahassee where you could live with your husband?
Sure.
Okay, and if you said that, you can leave outside of the curfew, you can leave to go meet with your lawyers, medical appointments if you need medical appointments, coming to court, those type of things, would you comply with those orders as well?
Yes, I'd be grateful just to get a night's sleep. It would be great.
Okay, if he ordered that you had to surrender your driver's license...
You can get one night's sleep at Judge Everett's house. He's got a guest bedroom with a pull-out sofa bed. Okay? That's where you and Harvey will live for what? Well, yeah, I mean, if they're going to be okay for one night, they'll probably be okay for the next 3 months. So let them live with Judge Everett. He's probably got good security, and he's in a good neighborhood where there's probably a police presence just on patrol. Protect the money, protect the judge, at all costs, especially this one.
During the pendency from now until the end of the trial, and not drive, would you agree to comply with that?
Yes, I would.
Have just one moment, please. Thought I had asked this, but I might not have. For the medical conditions that you have complained of during the time that you were speaking with the doctors and they said that they didn't give you the treatments that you were requesting, did they ever offer that they would have a doctor from the outside perform the treatment for you?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Disturbing cross-examination.
Yes, sir. All right, so the incident in the shower, after you let the inmate know that you did not like what she was doing by telling her to stop, did she ever try that again?
No. She ran away, and that was it. Oh, look at her. Look at her. How you doing, Donna? How are the ear canals, Donna? Full of wax, huh?
No.
And that inmate's no longer, or you didn't disclose the name of that inmate, but you did tell the investigator that that inmate is no longer in jail with you, right?
She's no longer there. She left shortly after that.
Okay. As far as the arm twist incident from October of 2024, you said you reported that in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't give the name, you said you wouldn't give the name of her to the investigator either, okay?
No.
But you do know that if you would give her name, that instead of you being separated from the pod, she could be separated from you and you could be back with the general population.
Yeah, but she's not the only one that could hurt me. That's why I wouldn't do it. She had a half a dozen girls that came up to me.
Was there ever any physical violence by her or anyone she's friends with after that October 24 incident?
No, that was it, that day.
And by being in solitary confinement, does it give you an opportunity to have a quieter space where you can prepare for trial?
I guess it would be a quiet space if I could get some sleep and I would be able to concentrate on what I'm supposed to do. Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you also get in-person visits with your attorney in jail?
I do.
Okay, and when that happens, are you in a room alone with him or her or both?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
And y'all are able to have conversations then that are private?
Yes.
For the sciatic nerve, in December of 2024, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection for that pain that you declined?
I am going to object to the use of the medical records by the state based on a prior objection.
Student, do you have an ability to show that these records were not a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland that is still disputed?
No, these are a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland. But my understanding is that the defense would have opened the door to this by asking her about all of these times she was seen by medical staff and what basically was not done for her.
As to that, I will permit the witness to answer. You may answer, Ms. Adelson.
Could you ask me one more time?
Yes, ma'am. For the sciatic pain that radiates down your right leg, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection, and then after that a Medrol, so a steroid dose pack, that you declined until you were able to speak with your physician?
No, I told her that in the past I had gotten a steroid injection in my spine, and she said, we don't do that. I could offer you, and it was...
Yeah, no, I wanted to speak with my physician, okay? I wanted a Hungarian goose down pillow, feather bed, and silk sheets. And, yeah, I wanted to speak with my physician and have fettuccine with a duck ragu. That's all. That's reasonable. I'm not guilty.
It was a Medrol dose.
I shouldn't be punished before I'm guilty, which I'm not guilty. So shouldn't be punished. Duck ragu, fettuccine. What else do we want? What else? Feather beds and silk sheets.
Pack, I think.
A Solumedrol
I
injection?
can offer you that, but we don't do that. And having had sciatica twice in my lifetime, I know what's been done each time, and I know that worked. And so she said, we can't do that. We don't offer that. You would need to see a specialist for that.
Okay. I'm going to show you this page. I'm looking at the encounter.
People like Donna, right? They love to see a specialist, don't they? You know, I'm not, I think, specialists are just charging more money, right? What you want is a good all-rounder. A good all-rounder that can give you an opinion about anything. Just a guy down the pub, but Donna Adelson and anyone in Miami. Who have we got in chat from Miami tonight? Do you see specialists? Let's have a look in chat. Well, where's Mimi RN38? Are you in Miami? Back pain forever. Giovanna. Yeah, if anyone's in Miami, let us know if you see a specialist and how much that costs.
From December 13th, 2024 at 3:22 p.m. Does it say offered patient a solumedrol injection and then starting tomorrow a Medrol dose pack? Patient requests to decline until she can speak with her physician.
I don't know what a solumedrol injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said I could give you other medication.
Did you see how quickly that Sarah Dugan pulled away from the glare of the beast? She didn't want to look at it too long. She had to get away before she came under its control, right? Watch Donna Adelson go up to meet Sarah's eyes, and then Sarah Dugan instantly pulls away so as not to become hypnotized.
Tomorrow a Medrol dose pack. Patient requests to decline until she can speak with her physician.
I don't know what a solumedrol injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said I could give you other medication. But I've been there. I've done that. I know what happens with sciatica, and I know what needs to be done. That's not going to be the answer.
For your arm and shoulder pain, isn't it true that you reported you had mild pain in your left arm and shoulder?
No, I heard that gentleman say that before. I couldn't believe it. I told her that I had severe burning pain down the outer part of my arm. I never used the word mild pain. So I don't know where they got that from, but that's not what I said.
Okay. I'm going to show you the encounter from February 3rd, 2025 at 2:29 p.m. Under musculoskeletal, does it say positive for left upper extremity limited ROM range of motion, comma, mild pain?
That's what it says, but that's not what I said. No way is that pain mild.
And so that's just what the doctor would have written down, but you're saying that's not what you told
No
the
way.
doctor.
No way. No way is that pain mild, guys. It was a 10. It was a full 10. She bent my arm where I didn't think it could go. Oh my God. I'm amazed that Judge Everett let so much of this go on.
I did, had that been given to me and I read it and I had to sign it, I would say I never said this. But I'm telling you, I never said mild pain.
Okay.
It's shooting hot pain down my arm.
For that injury, you did have an X-ray, and they did go over that.
Yeah, you got that, lady? It's not mild pain. It's shooting, hot, burning pain. The worst kind of pain there is. A 10 out of 10. You know? Shooting, hot, burning pain. All over my body.
X-ray with you and let you know that there was no fracture or dislocation.
There was no fracture, that's what she told me. I didn't think it was a fracture. No.
Or dislocation of your shoulder or arm?
No, there's just pain.
Just
and
pain.
they also went over your chest X-ray.
Just pain. Just plain old burning. Plain old burning, hot. What was it? What was it? Burning, hot. Burning. I forgot what she said already. You see, if she was being authentic, I could remember.
Results with you to let you know that your chest X-ray appeared clear?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately received the Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on your elbow?
Yes, I got that on, I think it was Saturday. When did I get that? On Monday?
Okay, so within a day or two of the cut occurring?
Yes.
And you said that if you are given a bond...
I got medical treatment within a day or two of it occurring, and I love when Sarah Dugan later says that, well, that's quicker than most of us on the outside get to see a doctor. She's getting better treatment in prison. Which is true.
You will reside in Tallahassee, you will follow court orders, but when you were afraid of being arrested right after Charlie Adelson's trial, isn't it true that you hoped that you could get to the airport before you were arrested?
I wasn't afraid of being arrested.
What were you trying to get to the airport in time for? In that jail
My
cell?
husband and I were literally shocked and traumatized at what had happened to Charlie. And he said, we need to...
Was T behind what happened to me? I love how she just said, what happened to Charlie? I have got to put in the hours, guys. I've got to put in the hours to make that long video about all the bits where Charlie says some variation of what happened to me. He never says the thing that happened to him. He just says what happened to me. Was T behind what happened to me? It's going to be great, and you know it is. And I think it's going to be like a 5-minute thing. Or maybe not. Maybe not that much.
to just get some peace. We need to catch our breath. We're going to go away somewhere. And I thought it was a good idea because I couldn't think straight. I really couldn't think straight. I was so upset.
We couldn't think straight, and we went to Vietnam to catch our breath. Yeah, we thought, where can we go to catch our breath? And we thought, let's take a 14-hour flight to catch our breath. You know, we'll get there, catch our breath, come back when they call us to be arrested. That's, you know, because we need to think and catch our breath.
And so was he. And it was his idea. He said, sweetheart, let's go, just get away. We're going to just get away somewhere so we can have some time to think.
Okay, so your testimony is
And
that
catch
you
our
weren't
breath.
trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, you know, we've been to Vietnam before with friends. We were on vacation. And it was,
That is actually a direct Harvey Adelson quote from the airport. We've been to Vietnam before. That's what he's saying when the Pat Sanford comes up to arrest Donna.
it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition
Yeah, it's a place of peace if you're fucking rich.
country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, or whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We can buy a ticket and we can go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Yes. No. We were researching a non-extradition country to travel to, not to flee. No. We did that so that we could come back more quickly to be arrested. When the state attorney's office releases a warrant for us to be charged. Yeah, we wanted to, we didn't want to be held up in a foreign prison. We wanted to get back to the US quickly to be arrested. That's why we were traveling to a non-extradition country.
Okay. But you were hoping to make it out of America in time before you were arrested, right?
I wanted to get away. He wanted to get away. That's what we wanted to do. And it wasn't, we spoke to our attorneys. I asked them, they said.
Yeah, you did want to get away, Donna, but you got caught. And I think it would be more accurate if she said, I wanted to get away with it. With it all. With my crime. With all my crime.
They said there's no pending. We purposely called them to make sure it was legal to do it. And they said there's no, what were their words? There's no pending charges and there's no warrants. So you want to go, go. And so I thought you ask your attorneys and they tell you that. I'm going.
But Dan did tell you, as you say in the jail call, that knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if you'll make it out in time. I really don't. But that he said you might, or you might get to the airport and they'll stop you. It could happen.
That's what he said.
Right. So you went to the airport knowing that.
And that wasn't some clue that you might be arrested. Your attorney is saying, well, you could try to go to Vietnam, but I don't know if you'll make it out in time before your arrest. We didn't know they wanted to talk to us. We thought we would take a quick vacation to peaceful Vietnam where we could catch our breath and think. And think about catching our breath and meditate. We wanted to meditate in Vietnam for a week. And then we would come back to face charges.
It could happen. It could stop you at the airport. You could end up being arrested.
Yeah, that's what Dan said.
Right. And when you were looking at places to go, those couple of days after Charlie Adelson's trial, you were specifically looking, though, for countries that did not have extradition with the U.S.
For the reason I just told you.
Right. And the reason that you're saying that you were looking for countries with no extradition was so that you could get back faster in order to be arrested in the U.S.
No, that's not what I said.
I love how Sarah Dugan frames that. So the reason that you're saying that you were researching countries with no extradition treaty with the United States was that you could get back faster to be arrested. That is the most ridiculous excuse. That's even worse than... That is just so... I mean, it deserves some credibility and points and props for being just so blatantly false. It's just... You have to admire someone who tries, don't you? Because that's trying. That's trying big time.
Because, I don't know, maybe we watch too much TV or too many movies, but I've seen movies where people are stuck in like third world prisons and waiting and waiting and waiting. And my feeling was, this is...
Well, I think Vietnam is a pretty progressive country now. It's a bit harsh to call it a third world country.
Not what we want to happen. If the state says they want us to come back, we'll buy a ticket, we'll come back on our own terms. We don't have to be sitting in a jail somewhere. We'll come back home and turn ourselves in.
Couldn't you have done that no matter what country you went to?
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not in law enforcement, but it appears that they would notify law enforcement in that country. And
Yeah, I'm not law enforcement, so I can't answer a basic question about common sense. Because I don't have training, and I'm not an expert witness, and I want my attorney to object. Right now, can you object and say irrelevant calls for expert testimony? What was the question? Shit, I forgot what it was. Go back.
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not in law enforcement, but
Yeah.
it appears that...
Fucking... Check out this excuse, right? So she's saying... A, she wouldn't have to go to a third world country. You could go to Paris to, what was it? Think and breathe and try to breathe and think about breathing. If they've got an extradition treaty with the United States, obviously. So if you were there and there was a warrant and Dan Rashbaum said, hey, listen, there's a warrant for your arrest, you need to come back, you could go and get on a plane and come back, right? It's not a prerequisite that you're arrested and thrown into a prison for months in Paris. Third world Paris.
They would notify law enforcement in that country, and then they could hold you in a jail for God knows how long. And I didn't want that to happen. So he said, well, that's why we'll do it this way, honey. That way, if they do notify us, so we get a phone call from our attorney or from law enforcement, then we'll buy a ticket, we'll go home.
Okay.
And so it would have been on our term.
Can you imagine Harvey? Put it all on me, Donna. Say it was my idea that I suggested Vietnam.
That was the point. That was the reason that he thought that was a good idea.
And your
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, we are over time. If you please can get to your most pertinent questions.
Yes, sir. I guess your testimony ultimately, though, is that you were not trying to go to a country with no extradition because you were trying to avoid being held accountable for this charge. That's your testimony?
I didn't do this.
Okay.
Being held accountable for this is not what happened.
Being arrested for this case.
Being arrested?
Right. That was not what...
And here we see an example of a clear indication that Donna Adelson is actually buying her own product and believes that she's innocent. She's taken herself to that place where that has become her reality. And that's dangerous. If someone can do that, and not everyone can, they can do things that are irregular. This is not a slam dunk. Even with the huge stack of evidence, her defense is such that it's not actually really concerned with the evidence. It's concerned with the fairness and the treatment of an elderly woman. An elderly, infirmed woman. Right? And Donna Adelson's an operator. Idiot that she may seem on so many occasions, we cannot get away from the fact that she is an operator, and she's been one for a fucking long time.
what you were trying to avoid by trying to go to a non-extradition country?
We were trying to get our heads on straight and just breathe.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect examination for Mrs. Adelson?
I love the addition. Get our heads on straight. We wanted to go over there and breathe and think and get our heads on straight. That should be the poster for a Vietnam travel agent. Breathe, think, get your head on straight in Vietnam.
Just one question, Judge.
You may proceed.
The testimony was you were offered an x-ray. You were never offered an MRI for your shoulder, were you?
No.
Thank you.
You may step down, Mrs. Adelson. Deputy, please assist her to her seat. Does the defense have any other documents or evidence or witnesses that
I think they should
intends
just
to
stuff
present?
her in. Oh. I think they should just stuff her into a wheelbarrow. You know. Wheel her through the down the steps. Bumpity 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 bump. Whoops. And then just tip her out at the defense table.
I don't have any other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice of the motion and order in the Adam Frash case where a request was made in a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had an opportunity to review that?
I did. The records of the circuit court, they don't have to be judicially noticed. What the other judges have done in the past certainly are a matter of record. Procedurally, we are in a different posture than Dr. Frash was, than your client, but any argument that you believe is reasonable, you may make concerning it.
Okay, the only other thing I wanted to do, Your Honor, is as an officer of the court, I wanted to represent two things. We attempted to obtain a copy of a no-fly order because that letter was received after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody.
Paul M. has taken time off work in June. Everybody needs to take time off work in June. Apart from me. I'll be in Tallahassee, working. Yes.
And the only response we were able to get was that there's not from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, was that there's not an open dispute of a no-fly order. So I didn't want there to appear to be a misrepresentation by myself in the motion and us not being able to present anything to the court. That's as much as they would say in response to our request. And then finally, I was glad to see that Mr. Google here is present, and I'm sorry I don't remember he's under sheriff, I think now, Mr. Google, in charge of the jail, and I just wanted to represent to the court that I did inquire about outside care, and the reason I questioned the witness about additional care from other doctors is I did inquire as to whether we could have her taken to see other doctors to get treatment that she could not get in the jail, and Mr. Google did advise me that with a court order that could take place, but we were never advised that without a court order she was able to get medical treatment that she was requesting.
Ms. Dugan, you may respond to the bond motion.
You see, I like the way she talks, that defense attorney. She's just, you know, that is, to reel off that information like that is pretty good quality, I think. You know, let's Dan Rashbaum. Let's try him. Mr. Adelson. Did you ever mean to cause the death of Professor Markel? Did you have any part in a plot to kill your sister's ex-husband?
motion and present any evidence you have concerning presumption of guilt evident or, proof of guilt evident or presumption great. Go ahead.
I have two very quick witnesses for as to the medical or to the security concerns. Okay, just a second. State call Chelsea Wilson.
Probably going to take all of it, but you can collect it from now on.
Look at Eddie.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about
who's
to
this?
provide will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell it, please?
Chelsea Wilson, CHELSEAWILSON,
And where do you work?
Leon County Sheriff's.
How do you spell it? See, that was too quick. I can't even remember what she said her name was, let alone the spelling. Chelsea Wilson. Well, it's CHELSEA space WILSON. Did we get it right?
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell it, please?
Chelsea Wilson, CHELSEAWILSON,
And where do you work?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
What do you?
So we got it perfectly. Just like we got that 57% thing perfectly. Does everyone remember that? Leave a like on the video if you remember that. And buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
What do you do there? Specifically, I am assigned as criminal investigations for the jail.
All right. Did you investigate an incident reported by Donna Adelson in February of 2025?
Yes.
That occurred back in October of 2024.
Yes.
And was that the incident where she said that an inmate twisted her arm in the bathroom area and told her that she wanted the canteen?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any video footage in the area where that took place?
No, not in the bathroom.
Okay. Did she disclose to you the name of the inmate?
No.
Did she disclose whether the inmate had ever been violent again or anyone?
Okay, so it all happened outside of a video camera. Well, that's convenient. I mean, I suppose that would be a good idea for the extortionist to make their attack outside of the view of the camera. But it would also be consistent with someone who lied about this incident. I'm not convinced.
That is somehow related to the inmate in custody as far as being a friend or family member.
My understanding was it was a one-time incident.
If she had disclosed the name of the inmate, what could be done to hopefully keep that situation from happening again?
Well, if we knew the name of the inmate, we could take measures to make sure that they were not housed together, that they were not in, for example, classes together. I don't know if she's interested in classes, but measures could absolutely be taken to make sure that they were not able to have physical contact with each other for her safety.
If we don't know that inmate's identity, though, and we can't take her out of the area where Miss Adelson lives in the jail, is the only option then to take Miss Adelson out of the area and put her in an area where she cannot not be threatened again?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you let her know that? And if so, how did she respond?
I did, during the investigation, trying to get the inmate's name who twisted her arm. I did explain to her that I would be able to, or we would be able to move her back into a pod where she's able to move around more, where she's able to be social, for example. And her response essentially was that she felt, although she's not able to move around much in protective custody, she felt safer there, and that it does give her a little bit more peace and quiet to review legal materials for her upcoming trial.
That's all I have, thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Bobby Collins.
As far as the red numbers,
Bobby Collins. Who's Bobby Collins?
that might be a website, but that's fine. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell it for us, please?
Lieutenant Robert Collins, Robert Collins.
Thank you. And can you tell us where you work and what you do there?
I'm assigned at the detention. I oversee the classification unit.
Okay. How does the jail, the Leon County Detention Facility, handle when inmates are pressuring or threatening other inmates to buy them food from canteen?
Well, we interview the inmate, we gather information, providing what information that they give us. We will separate them out of harm's way and place the inmate separation, possibly follow up with incident reports or disciplinary reports.
Does anyone else think that this guy, treats Chief Mac like an absolute mentor? A sort of barbecue apprentice. He's mastered seasoning. Then he's moving up to marinade, with the eventual, level of qualification being grill master, grill master champ. That's the top level, right? That's where Chief Mac's been for the last 30 fucking years. But this guy is working his way up, right? Following Chief Mac, asking questions. Definitely seasoning. You can tell, like, it could be whatever kind of rub, whether it's, it can make a huge difference. For instance, if you season something in the springtime, it might be nice to have a fresher, fragrant rub on your chicken thighs or whatever it is that you're cooking. The winter, you want that more smoky, more deeper flavors. This guy knows that like the back of his hand already, So marinade and then Grill Master Champ. I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be one of the greats. Stick with it. Follow Chief Mac. Listen to Chief Mac, and you'll be okay.
Okay. And is there always an officer in every pod that an inmate can report an incident to, whether it be a security issue or a medical issue?
Yes, at all times.
Okay. Have there been any allegations made to the officers at Leon County Jail by Donna Adelson about any type of financial shakedown or threat in exchange for canteen, aside from the one made this month regarding the arm twist in exchange for canteen?
Not that I'm aware of. I only reviewed 2 incidents reports from February 3rd.
Okay, those were the ones made this month on
That
February 3rd?
is correct.
Okay, and those are the incidents that the defense cited in their motion?
Correct.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything, thank you.
You may step down, Lieutenant. Thank you. Stugan, do you have any evidence that you wish to enter pertaining to the Arthur aspect of this?
I do, Judge.
Ooh, Arthur.
At this time, I'd move, and I'll just go through all of them at once. State's Exhibit 1, which is the probable cause affidavit for Donna Adelson. State's Composite 2, which are the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, which Your Honor presided over. State's Exhibit 3, which are a PDF of slides from Chris Corbett's PowerPoint presentation that only feature the analysis of Donna Adelson's travel the night of July 18th, 2014. The open line jail call that we've referred to today from November 7th, and the transcript of, that's State's 4, the transcript of that call, which is State's 5. State's Exhibit 6, which is a chat with a Vietnam visa on WhatsApp by Donna Adelson. State's Exhibit 7, which are excerpts from WhatsApp conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then finally, State's Exhibit 8, which is a letter from the Markell family to the court, which defense has reviewed regarding their wishes for bond.
Concerning the state's exhibits, does the defense have any objection or anything to raise?
With respect to State's Exhibits 4 and 5, renew our objection, as we believe those the call should be suppressed, as well as the excerpt from the call and the transcript. So we would object on that basis.
As it relates to whether the court will consider Exhibits 4 and 5 that will be tied to the order on suppression as to all other matters, is there any objection?
No, Judge.
Court reserves whether Exhibits 4 and 5, and I believe which other ones were you contesting?
Just 4 and 5.
4 and 5 will be admitted. All other exhibits offered by the state for the purposes of Arthur and bond will be admitted at this time. Ms. Dugan, do you have all of these available?
I do.
The
letter
can approach.
Okay, and then 1 through 7 are all on flash drive.
And the state's provided us, I downloaded a copy of the thumb drive earlier, so we have those as well.
All right, Ms. Dugan, you may make your final argument concerning the Arthur standard and also bond.
Yes, sir. I guess I'll go with Arthur Standard first. As to State's Exhibit 2, the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, I think that the parts of these trial that were most relevant to whether we've met the standard in Donna Adelson's case are the emails that show Donna Adelson's motivation to commit the crime when she voices her hatred towards Dan Markell, strategizes ways to get Wendy Adelson and her sons to live in South Florida. The thousands of dollars worth of checks we saw in that trial that were written to Magbanwa, signed by Donna Adelson when Magbanwa never worked for the family in any capacity. Magbanwa's testimony that Charlie Adelson was about her being the middleman between Charlie Adelson and the hitman for this murder, and how on July 18th, 2014, which was the night of the murder, that Charlie gave her money at his home, which she then delivered to the hitman. Magbanwa saying that she learned that night, the night of July 18th, that Charlie Adelson and his parents had just been at the home. It was her understanding that Donna Adelson had washed the money and the money was damp. For the State's Exhibit 3, which are the travel analysis, basically these slides show that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's travel from their home in Miami to Orlando on the night of July 18th, 2014. At a certain point, Donna Adelson texts Charlie Adelson, "I'm outside your house," or "outside your house." Charlie Adelson then responds a little while later with 10 minutes. Cell tower analysis shows that Charlie Adelson is inconsistent with his house 10 minutes later, and when you look at the time it took for Donna Adelson to travel from the area of Charlie Adelson's home to the next point with location data for her north of Charlie Adelson's home, it shows that it should be about a 45-minute trip, but it shows that it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes. that shows there was 1 hour and 9 minutes unaccounted for during the time when she would have been waiting for Charlie Adelson at his house and could have stayed there for about half an hour once he arrived. And that could be consistent with her taking some of the money to Charlie Adelson's home, as Abanoa describes. State's Exhibit 4 is the open line jail call we've already heard today.
So that's a nice piece of evidence. Her trip on the toll road that's monitored was exactly the amount of time longer than if she did stop at Charlie's house and drop off the money. That anomaly just occurred at the same time as we have this suspicious cell phone data.
On page 8, she does say, after speaking with Dan this morning, after knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't, but Dan says you make it to the airport or they may stop you. It could happen, but it's worth a try. She then says on page 16 that they've looked it up over and over because things change, whether there's extradition from Vietnam. They could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. We are looking for places where there's no extradition. State's Exhibit 6, which is the chat with Vietnam Visa on WhatsApp. In that first message, that service tells Donna Adelson that all of the messages are encrypted and no one can read them. She began on this WhatsApp trying to get the visas during the afternoon of November 7th. That's less than 24 hours after the trial transcripts in State Composite 2 reflect that there was a jury verdict in Charlie Adelson's trial. Donna Adelson says in that conversation that she needs an emergency fast-track visa for her and her husband. When given the option of 30 or 90-day visa, she chooses 90, unless she can only do 30, and in that case, she'll do it and just extend it. She then sends passport pictures and pays for the visas. Several days later, she says to the service that she's getting nervous because she hasn't received the visas yet, and she's typing all of that in all caps. She says her flight is booked at that point, which is the one-way trip to Vietnam with the layover in Dubai. That's within days of Charlie Adelson's verdict. The chat shows then that she got the visa just in time, I think the day before the flight, and then she ended up being arrested on the jetway in Miami right before she boarded the one-way trip to Vietnam. We also have the excerpts from the WhatsApp with...
And what is that about? A one-way ticket? I mean, you gotta... this is not a time to be saving a buck, okay? Get a return flight. It'll look better if you're arrested. I was going to come back. I had a return flight. Obviously, you could not take it, but it would be more supportive of your argument that you intended to return, right? Take the hit. It's not going to be even double the price. It'll probably be an extra $400.
Charlie Adelson, State's Exhibit 7. This is a conversation that the court has seen before. We've had a motion hearing about it, I believe, where basically we were able to get these messages in 2023 when Donna Adelson was arrested and we seized her cell phone. This is from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson on her phone. These are WhatsApp messages, though, that occurred in August of 2016. And there's a conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson where Charlie Adelson is basically workshopping ideas that maybe the killer was a coke dealer and that Danny was just buying drugs from him. And in there, they don't mention anything about extortion, which ended up being Charlie Adelson's defense at trial, that he didn't intend for this to happen, that he was extorted, and that he didn't do this. And finally, the letter from the Markell family. Given the totality of the evidence in this case, the state does meet the burden under Arthur. The state has met its burden for every defendant who's been charged in this case and had an Arthur hearing. They have all been held in custody until trial. And none of them tried to flee to a non-extraditable country to avoid being charged before arrest. If court somehow believes the state falls short, though, the defendant should still be held no bond because she is absolutely a flight risk, given her past actions. More so now than ever, now that she has actually been charged. What we saw her talking about on the jail call and doing in the visa chat and going to the airport for and being arrested there, that was all before she was even arrested, when she just knew that the charges may be coming. Now she has been charged. She is facing life in prison. So I think she's more of a flight risk than ever when you consider a totality of all of that information.
Yeah.
As to the bond
Like,
argument,
what have you got to lose? I mean, you might as well try. You know, the unless you think you're going to get off. But how could she think she's going to get off? She might have a, you know, she could have a 20% chance of getting off. I think that would be generous. But let's call it a 20% chance of getting off, right? Or at least getting a mistrial. And what can happen if there's a mistrial, I think, is that the defense can demand that the state retry the case within 60 or 90 days. And if they don't, she goes free. I think there's something like that. I mean, that's what you'd be banking on, right? But for a 20% chance, it's probably even less of a chance that she could get away undetected. I mean, it's possible. If her and Harvey went to a shopping mall and they had like 8 BMWs, all the same model and colour, waiting, and Donna got in one, and Harvey got in another one, and then they all left together, like that film. And then, you know, they go under a bridge while they're being followed by a helicopter, and then all the BMWs mix up, right, and go in different directions. So you don't know which one she's in or who to follow. Decoys. Need a lot of decoys.
we heard from, you know, the Mike Hayden, who's the medical administration. All of the defendants' complaints have been evaluated. Medical staff has treated them. She's been able to see a doctor in a day or two. That is faster than most of us who are out of custody could see our doctors. She was given Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on her arm when she bumped into the laundry machine. Sometimes accidents like that happen, and that could also happen to her out of custody as well as it could happen to her in custody, to bump into something and get a cut. We heard about her breathing and pain issues. Doctors ordered x-rays to make sure nothing more was going on, and the x-rays were negative. Medical staff can provide treatment for any inmate's medical needs, whether it be on-site or them having to go to a hospital, but they also need evidence of what's wrong and what needs to be treated beyond the inmate just saying that they hurt. And to see a specialist, there does need to be a necessity. If there's a necessity, Leon County Jail will recognize that and make the necessary referrals. Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. All of her necessities are being met, and she should bring, and should she bring a medical necessity to the staff's attention, they will continue being met. As far as security is concerned, she wouldn't provide the identity of the inmate that caused the concern. If she would, then she could remain where she is while the other inmate is taken out. However, because she won't disclose, the only option right now is her being in protective custody. But as she did tell the investigator, that does, even though I'm sure it's not very exciting and it has its downsides, it is a quiet place where she can prepare more for trial. And so she's saying that she prefers that right now. The state asked that she continue to be held no bond at Leon County Jail because she's safe there and it will guarantee her presence at trial.
Final argument from the defense.
With respect to Arthur and every other defendant prior to Ms. Adelson being held and Arthur being met, Ms. Adelson...
Okay, this is Miss Fulford's big posture here, right? This is the shape of things to come. And this is the caliber that Georgia's going to have to deal with. Right? She's not going to be shy about cross-examining. You know, Dan Rashbaum kind of shied away from targeting Pat Sanford and law enforcement officials completely backed off. Thought that the best strategy was to go for respectful of law enforcement and the prosecution. I have great admiration for the prosecutors because they almost got it right. All that sort of stuff. But this lady, different style, right? She's going to grab people by the throats, and let the jury see that. Why? Because her picture that she's painting is that Miss Adelson is a victim. An old, invalid victim. Infirmed, everything.
Isn't the prior folks. She's not the ones who showed up at Mr. Markall's residence with a firearm, who planned to kill him and then did shoot him at very close range and take his life. She's not them. There's proof there. They could meet their burden there, clearly. That's not what Mrs. Adelson is even alleged to have done. In this case, did they hold Charlie? Yes, they did. They met his burden too. The proof against Charlie is very different. I'm representing, Your Honor, a woman who stands before this court, and the argument out of the state's mouth literally is what I put in my motion. She said some bad things about her future.
The argument out of the state's mouth. I mean, that kind of language is, you know what I mean? That's not a polite way to talk about the state, and it's intentionally not polite, right? The argument out of the state's mouth. How dare they, state? You know, that's like what you would say to an errant child.
Ex-son-in-law, prior to a divorce being granted, she cut some paychecks out of Charlie Adelson's business, and it was her job to cut the paychecks, and at his instruction, she cut paychecks to Catherine Magbanawala. When her daughter called to say that her soon-to-be or her ex-husband had been shot and killed, Ms. Adelson got in her car with her husband and drove from Miami to Tallahassee, and they're elderly folks, and that's a part of the record. It's a natural course of travel from Miami up to Tallahassee to go through the Orlando area. The state actually said in its argument that the time that lapsed between when they show the cell phone records of Donna Adelson and being near Charlie Adelson's house, and then when Charlie says he's going to get back, could be consistent with Mrs. Adelson stopping there and giving them this alleged pre-washed money. Could be consistent is not the Arthur standard. It's proof evident, presumption great. And they simply...
Proof evident or presumption.
Or presumption great.
Go
and
ahead.
They don't have that in this case, Judge. What they have is the strongest, could be consistent with. Their entire case against Mrs. Adelson is speculation. The problem here is not one problem, that health issues are not being taken care of, or sleep is being deprived, or, you know, she's not getting the food that she likes. Nobody's complaining about the fact that she's not getting food that she doesn't like. She's gained a third of her body weight. They can't protect her in the jail. They've testified themselves. There are no cameras inside the area where they use the restroom, the area where they take the shower, where these washing machines are. There are no guards in there. There's no video in there. So if she disclosed the name, which she's willing to do in camera to the court with nobody else present because she knows she's going to be retaliated against, they can't protect her from retaliation. If they put her back in the annex and some girlfriends or friends of this woman that she rats out finds out that she's back in there, they can take her down in the bathroom, and the guards who are sitting behind a glass being protected themselves aren't even going to know what's happening until it's too late. So providing the name doesn't do that.
Before you go on, Ms. Fulford, as to the sheriff's role in this, he has a constitutional responsibility to all inmates. Also, your client has the ability to pursue a writ of mandamus if the sheriff will not fulfill his obligations. Is there a reason this has not been pursued if the situation is, as you allege through your motion and testimony?
Because that's not the only issue we have, Judge, which is what I was getting to. What we have before us is a woman who's 75 years old. She's elderly. She has health issues that aren't being addressed, but there's more. She's not getting any sleep. She's given medication between 11:30 and 1:30 at night, maybe getting to sleep by 2 o'clock in the morning, waking back up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. We're not asking that she get special treatment. She's on trial for her life in a town where everybody believes she's guilty.
Yeah, we're not asking for her to get special treatment. We're just asking for her to be let out of jail. Especially. Quickly, today. To live with Harvey. Harvey's here.
That for 10 years, it's been the same story, that the mafia mother has planned out this homicide and had Dan Markell killed on this evidence that could be consistent with, and that's not what we have. We can't prepare her for trial under these circumstances. Can we go and visit with her at the jail? Yes, we can. Do we have contact visits with her where we can prepare? Yes, we do. But we can't be up there 5 days a week. We can't be up there 7 days a week. We can't be there for lengthy hours. We're not the only ones who are requesting that time. When we got the records from the medical records from the state last week, there was one time that the jail was able to squeeze us in for 1 hour to go through the medical records with her. Over 300 pages of medical records. And we had other things to do in that time for us to meet with her. And I'm not criticizing the sheriff's office, and I'm not criticizing the jail. The circumstances are what the circumstances are. But if she remains in the jail, we simply cannot have her prepared to testify and assist with preparation of her defense. I cannot have an attorney-client privilege call with her there. It's the most frustrating thing in the world, this phone system that they have. They say that it's not recorded, and we get cut off. It says we're making third-party calls. Neither one of us has made a move. Nothing's happening. We get cut off in the middle of the calls. She has this labored breathing. If they can't find anything in the x-rays, I'm certainly not a doctor. I don't know why she's got it, but I have to start yelling.
This was, Grandma Gotti and the mafia mother. And... But it's funny because that's what those old mafia guys do when they go to trial. They go infirmed. We know that from the end of Casino.
To have her to stop talking because she's breathing so loud, I can't hear a thing she's even saying. She did not flee. She did not flee prosecution. She was told, and witnesses for her were told, there was no prosecution. There was no warrant for her arrest. That it was perfectly fine, and the state knows this. Their own investigator told a family friend, there's no warrant. They can travel. They didn't attempt to flee being prosecuted. They were told there was no warrant.
Is this part of the evidence that's in the record, or you're just making argument generally about this?
I'm making argument generally at this point, Judge, but the state knows it. If they're going to claim that she was actually fleeing, they know better. They know that their own office said it was okay for her to travel. And where did she get to? Absolutely nowhere. And they have...
You see, Patricia Burns, that's a great idea. Judge Everett's face printed on a cushion cover. The most comfortable cushion in the world. I mean, who wouldn't want to just, hold that under your arm in bed? There's this big, soft Judge Everett head. Maybe we could get the pillow to be, physically shaped like his head. I think a mug shaped like his head, where you drink out the top of his head. Or a teapot. A round teapot. Judge Everett head teapot. Wow. I think we need to look into patenting the rights to Judge Everett's head as a merchandise intellectual property.
Absolutely zero evidence to rebut her testimony that she was not going to flee prosecution. She was just going to get away to clear her head. In fact, she thought she wasn't being charged. And that's all the evidence that she had. Now, if we were coming before you and she had actually fled and someone had to bring her back, I wouldn't put my name on a motion saying, give us a bond. But this isn't the first time that people have gotten a bond. Even people who fail to appear ultimately get bonds sometimes. Your Honor's aware of that. That does take place. People who violate their probation can get put back out while their hearing is pending for that violation of probation. If she has...
I like that thing where she said, I wouldn't put my name, if that were the case, I wouldn't put my name on a motion where I was asking for bond. I'd be too professionally embarrassed to do so. But that's not the case. You know, that's a nice touch.
Already surrendered her passport. She doesn't have a visa. She agrees not to drive. An electronic monitor is placed on her. She resides in Leon County, has to check in with pretrial as many times as you say she has to check in, can only leave for limited purposes. She's not going anywhere. And we're not asking, let's let her go back to Miami where she has an international airport that she can hop on and be gone before anybody knows that her bracelet is going off. We're asking that she be held right here, that she be court ordered to stay here with a monitor on, be allowed to be away from that home, to go to doctor's visits, get any medical treatment that she needs, come to court, be with her lawyers, and prepare her trial. We're not asking for a fancy hotel or anything else, and quite frankly, that's a little bit insulting considering the health conditions that she has to suggest that she's looking to be put up somewhere.
Yeah, see you later, Michelle. Thanks for coming. And yeah, we're almost done anyway, guys. We've got about 14 minutes left.
One thing the state fails to remember is she's presumed innocent. No, the Leon County Jail is not a Four Seasons hotel, but she's not supposed to be punished yet, right? She hasn't been convicted of anything.
There is a difference between pretrial detention
right. And she's been punished at this point. When you take not one of these things, but all of these things together, she doesn't stand a chance of being actually ready to testify for trial. That cannot take place under the conditions that she's facing. She's in extreme pain. She's not getting any sleep. Her diet is garbage. It's just not going to happen, Judge. And you know, if we were asking for something lenient, I could see the state's opposition. But we're not. We're asking for you to hold her outside of the jail in the most stringent conditions she could possibly be monitored, just to allow her to be with her attorneys, get her doctor's appointments, and get ready for the trial that her entire life depends upon. And I would argue the state has not met its burden. Thank you.
Very well. I will review the admitted exhibits before making a ruling. We are in recess. This concludes the hearings. You may take Mrs. Adelson downstairs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh. We're really almost done.
May I use this?
Look at it. Just having some more water.
We don't want that, do we?
I have to drink out of this cup. We're not allowed real cups. They put our spaghetti all in cups and potatoes in another cup. They make us eat them both at the same time. High carb diet. No vitamins. No steak. No fettuccine. No duck ragu. This is not acceptable.
Thank you. You think I need to copy it too, because you can see through it?
Bailiffs, please assist her out.
Okay.
Everyone else can step out of the courtroom at this point. We are done.
Just taking those final efforts to seep into the subconscious of Judge Everett while he goes away to consider his ruling. I'm twitching and infirmed, and my shooting, burning arm is about to fall off. I need a C... What is it called? What is it called? An MRI. I need an MRI on my thyroid and sciatic nerve.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Did you see Sarah's leather satchel? Check it out.
Done.
I bet it was gifted to her by Georgia. Ooh, check it out. Fancy. What do people think? Do people like her bag? I think it looks pretty good. Pretty good. Nice colours.
Yeah, that'd be great. Quicker if she does it, that's
okay. Is that the size of the prosecution table? Is that really all they have to work with? Well, yeah, I guess so. Ah, look, there's the jury booth where 12 of her peers will sit in judgment. It's crazy how sometimes this room looks really big and sometimes it looks really small. I mean, doesn't it?
Just do that, and then we'll talk. Bailiffs want to go to lunch, so. Hey.
Whoa. Hey, Ride-In Shotgun, thanks so much for the 3 coffees. On buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you, Ride-In. Well, you know, did we miss some? Did we miss some? What about this guy?
Witness as to the Arthur aspect of this testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly, Mr. Hayden. You may examine Ms. Dugan when you're ready.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Mike Hayden, M-I-K-E-H-A-Y-D-E-N.
And where do you work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the health service.
Hell. I still didn't get it. Man. Like, whatever is in your mouth, pull it out and speak clearly. I heard detention facility. That's all.
H-A-Y-D-E-N.
And where do you work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the health service administrator.
Come on, what the fuck did he just say? They didn't even sound the same. Detention facility. Oh my god.
And where do you work?
If anyone can get it, we'll watch it one more time. Let's have everyone's best guesses in the comments. What the hell is he saying? Where does he work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the health service administrator.
How long have you been health service administrator there?
Since January of 24.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training, and experience for your position?
So I'm a registered nurse. I started with corrections. I've had 5 years of experience.
Hey, check it out. Check it out. Mimi RN38. We've got a registered nurse in the witness box. So, you know, you could also qualify to be this guy. And speak clearly. I mean, what the hell did he say? Leon County Health Service Administrator. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Sounds fun. Yeah, that is the guy that you find at a party.
In healthcare administration, so starting progressively from director of nursing up to health administrator. I'm currently a travel health service administrator for the company.
Okay. What type of medical treatment can be provided at Leon County Jail?
So we are basic life-saving, so we are limited to advanced life-saving, but anywhere from wound care, chronic care medications to emergency management.
Are there people in...
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to mute you for now. If you need to get involved in some way or make an objection of some sort, at that point, you may unmute. Please continue, Ms. Dugan.
Are there people with very serious medical conditions in Leon County Jail or who have been in Leon County Jail, even as serious as cancer?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of medical staff does Leon County Jail have there on site?
So we have dental assistants, we have dentists, LPNs, CNAs, RNs, we have mental health professionals, psychiatrists, mid-level, so a nurse practitioner and a doctor, medical doctor.
Is there a nurse on site 24/7?
Yes.
The doctor and the ARNP, those would be the folks that can prescribe medications or refer a person to a specialist. What are their hours there?
So they're Monday through Friday.
Okay, like a normal business hours, 8 to 5? Are they on call though, other than those hours?
Yes.
Okay. What about if an inmate is having a medical emergency? They're unconscious, heart attack, stroke, uncontrolled bleeding. What happens then?
So we refer to the outside emergency room. So we're basic life saving. So CPR, we can do CPR and things like that until EMS can arrive and take to stabilize.
Okay. But anyone can say this person needs to go to the hospital,
Yes.
not even if a doctor isn't there on site.
Correct.
Okay. Do inmates have like a call button in their room where they can alert COs if they are having a medical emergency?
In some of the cells in the medical unit, yes, they do.
What about non-emergency requests? How does an inmate make a request for a non-emergency treatment?
So they have paper forms, and it's healthcare request forms, and they fill those out and they hand them to the nurse during med pass.
And the nurses are then the people who review those?
Yes.
If the nurse decides that an inmate needs to see the ARNP or a doctor, will they facilitate that?
Yes.
If the nurse decides the inmate needs to see a doctor, are the inmates then able to see the doctor, usually within a day or two?
Yes.
Okay. Even if it's on a Saturday, they might wait to see the doctor on Monday unless it's an emergency?
Correct.
Okay. I guess that's obviously depending on the nature of the request.
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is that turnaround as far as I have this issue and I'd like to see a doctor, is that typically faster than people out of custody are able to get an appointment with their doctor?
Yes.
Does Leon County Jail provide treatment for elective procedures or things that an inmate would like to have treatment for?
So what we do is we use interqual, and that will be a system of showing medical.
She gets to see a doctor faster than anyone else. Normally, normal people that are on the outside. The service is better.
Necessity. So if there's a request, if the patient requests anything, you will see the provider, they'll assess the need, and they push it up to our utilization management team. If there is a need, then they will facilitate.
So a medical necessity?
Yes.
Okay. If Donna Adelson was seen by medical staff or is seen by medical staff for a medical necessity that they can treat, will they treat it?
Absolutely.
If it's not something that the medical staff at Leon County Jail can treat, will they get her care from a specialist for that necessity?
So Patricia Burns said, have a look at Ellie Warren's dog. Well, there's the dog. Well, that must be Ellie Warren. And her killer. Ooh. And he's on the run. He's on the run in Mozambique. Or Maybe that's not the killer. I haven't heard of the case. Yeah, maybe we'll look into that. Ellie Warren. What did Patricia say? Have you heard of Ellie Warren case, a young Australian marine biologist who was murdered in Mozambique? Her case is unsolved. She is a beautiful soul. Google the pic of her dog. Well, I guess that's her dog. Oh, not that one. Oh, we got the wrong dog. Pic of Ellie with her dog. Well, which one? We'll go back to Google Images. Maybe... Is it a pit bull? No. Is it a dog called Bailey? Bailey the dog.
Or take her to the hospital for that necessity?
Yes.
Have the medical staff evaluated her ailments listed in her motion to determine whether those are necessities or not?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review her medical records before court today?
I have.
Has medical staff observed through any of her appointments any hearing loss that is that was noted in the medical records?
Nothing noted in the medical records, no.
Have they noted any sort of medical necessity when it comes to having her needing to see a specialist for ear wax removal several times a year?
No.
All right.
If for
Okay, we've got the Ellie Warren picture now with the pit bull. So here it is. One second. Yeah, there it is. Ellie Warren, murdered in Mozambique. Left behind one big pit bull and a beautiful smile. Unsolved case. Unsolved Ellie Warren case. Mozambique.
for some reason that was deemed a necessity by the doctor in the future, would they facilitate that?
Absolutely.
But at this point, they've said they don't notice any hearing loss.
Correct.
Was after Donna Adelson complained of shortness of breath, was a chest X-ray done?
Yes.
And did it show that her lungs were clear, so to speak, nothing abnormal?
Yes, it did.
A negative X-ray. Was she given like an inhaler treatment of albuterol, though, because of her complaints of shortness of breath?
Yes. So she's had available. They had ordered albuterol treatment since 2023, but recently she reported that she has kind of an exacerbation or a worsening of that. So the provider, when she listened to the lungs and knew they were cleared, she did order a scheduled breathing treatment for a few days. I think it was.
Oh, well, we got it wrong again, Patricia Burns. We're just showing random dogs. Random dogs with women. So... well, I don't know. Nothing else is coming up. Ellie Warren dog. If I just put Ellie Warren. Yeah, I can't find it right now, but I've got to go.
5 days total.
Okay.
As
The
well.
breathing treatment being the albuterol medication
Yes, to
that you
help make
inhale.
open.
Okay. But they did do a chest x-ray to see if maybe something
addition
more
to-
was at play here, and nothing was there.
That's clear, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna Adelson complained of pain in her left shoulder arm area. Was an x-ray done of that area as well to see whether there was any fractures, dislocations, something that she needed further treatment for?
Yes.
And was there any fracture or dislocation seen on the x-ray? Was that a no?
No.
Did medical staff give her some range of motion exercises she could do to possibly help with her pain in her shoulder?
Based on notes, I think the limited range of motion was the provider's assessment of it, so there was noted that she had limited range of motion, and that's what indicated the need for the x-ray, just to see, where we were at.
Okay. So they did notice the limited range of motion. They did the x-ray, and the x-ray was negative?
Yes.
Okay. And did Donna Adelson report mild pain to the provider on February 3rd, 2025 regarding her left upper extremity with the limited range of motion?
Yes.
If either of these x-rays, be it the left upper extremity or the chest, showed need for further treatment, that showed that she does have this medical necessity that needs to be addressed, would the jail have gotten the treatment that she needed?
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of other things. Throughout her medical records.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
What is the basis?
The basis of the objection is we were provided last week.
They just love Judge Everett sometimes. What is the basis? He's so, comfortable in who he is, isn't he? Judge, I'm going to object. And what is the basis? He's not in a rush. He's not in a rush at all. He's got all day.
Late last week, with a stack of medical records that are from the jail facility regarding Mrs. Adelson. We inquired as to what the lawful process was used in order to obtain those medical records, and we never got a response from the state. And before this hearing started this morning, I asked if they were going to introduce the medical records, and they're not, but it's clear that...
Man, do you remember when school teachers looked like that? They were never nice, were they? Or the dinner lady. the dinner lady in the tabard that was always angry. Yeah.
They've had discussions with this witness about Mrs. Adelson's medical records. They did not give notice of issuance of a subpoena so that we could object. We're not aware of any search warrant that's been given. Our client certainly didn't sign a waiver in any way, so it appears that they have unlawfully obtained the medical records of our client, and this witness's testimony should be stricken from the record and no further testimony allowed.
Sturgeon, response?
I was not aware that they did not get a response from
Oh.
Mr. Newland about how these were obtained. I can ask Mr. Newland what exactly his subpoena issuance entailed to get the records.
Hey, check this out, guys. Fantastic. Patricia Burns has sent us a fantastic link. Okay, let's see who Ellie Warren is not. That's not her. That's not her at all. And now let's go to the real, confirmed picture of Ellie Warren and her dog. Do we know the dog's name? Oh, they look exactly the same, don't they? They could be twins. Oh, I like the dog. Yeah, he's cool. Or it's a girl. I think it's a girl. Is it a girl? Could be a girl or a boy. I'm usually right about that 50% of the time. Look at him. What do we think his name is? Something exotic, if she's from Australia. Coconut. Banana Rama. What else could it be? Skippy. They like names like that in Australia, don't they? Skippy. And what else? What else? What? Top 5 Australian dog names in the comments. Go. Skippy has got to be on the list. Yeah, so that girl was murdered, huh? What a shame. She looks nice with her dog, and taking pictures with the dog, and smiling with the dog. I mean, it's just nice, isn't it? And she was killed in Mozambique by some unknown mystery killer, apparently. Yeah, maybe we'll have to check that out.
Reviewed them this week, since I was in trial last week, and the witness has obviously reviewed them because he's the medical administrator and would have access to them regardless. I am not moving them into evidence because I know if they're moved into evidence, then they're obviously going to be all of her medical records into evidence. I just plan to ask the witnesses.
Yeah, see you later, Mimi. Thanks for coming, and see you soon.
Them as far as the certain things that are relevant to the motion.
So we do not have to prolong this. Mr. Hayden, if you can step down for the moment to determine how the records were obtained. As part of the motion for setting bond does go to sufficiency of medical care. In that way, if Mr. Hayden has knowledge of the care that has been given.
Yeah, we could probably leave it there, right? We could probably leave it there. Yeah, so waiting to see whether Donna will be granted bond. When we started this live, I was like 50-50 on whether she'd be granted bond. Now, I think probably not. Probably not. Yeah. Probably, definitely not. And the other issue is, will that hot mic, or what do they call it? A live call. A live line or something. It's hot mic. It's obviously hot mic. Whether that will be suppressed. Again, I'd say probably not. I guess we'll see. Judge Everett will let us know. Yeah, so thanks all for coming and hanging out and watching the Donna Adelson Arthur hearing. And thank you for the comments, fantastic comments, and the supporters on buymeacoffee.com. Riding Shotgun, Mary Bartlett, Leslie B, Tay, and Mr. Pinto Peabody Sally. Thanks so much, guys. And also for the super chats on the YouTubes. And we'll be back. I'm just trying to adjust my sleeping pattern. Yeah. Trying to tweak it. And soon, coming on March, April, May, I might have somewhere to live where I can be in a better routine with this whole thing. So that'll be nice. Yeah, okay, we'll be back, I think, probably tomorrow. I'm going to do my best. We need to get back on it. Need to get those numbers back up. February numbers, big numbers. Metrix numbers. Okay, yeah. Yeah, excellent hearing. It's going to be a fantastic trial. And we will see you all later. Okay, True Crime Metrix out.